Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Economics Monday. Oh
Morning.
yes, I got to for people in India.
Yeah.
Namaste.
Namaste.
I got to remember that because in India it's 7:30 for Economics Monday for the people listening in India, and for the people who've just joined us from the WIN program, which just ended at IBM TV. We're going to have people moving over from the WIN program. Boy, that's women empowerment. Now all of a sudden you're in economics. That's a real shift.
Yeah, it is.
But before we get to that, we need the Washington Report and find out what's going on in the Tower of Power. And let's see, Bill, what do you have to say? Here we go.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. We are 28 days away. The Trump campaign announced it was launching Operation MAGA, a series of in-person and virtual campaign events to be held by surrogates and stand-ins for Trump for the final days of the election. Pence will take a leading role. Wednesday, he will participate in the vice presidential debate with Senator Kamala Harris. Biden is scheduled to travel to Florida today. Nationally, Biden holds a 14-point lead over Trump, according to a post-debate poll released by NBC News, The Wall Street Journal, on Sunday. He leads Trump by 4 points in Arizona, 5 points in Florida, 7 points in the states of Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, and they are dead even in Ohio. In Supreme Court watch, North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis and Utah Senator Mike Lee both said Friday that they had tested positive for the virus, but both expect to vote in favor of the nominee later this month. That nomination is extremely important given that the court will immediately be faced with significant cases. First, the court will hear a dispute involving a Philadelphia Catholic agency that won't place foster children with same-sex couples, a significant test of religious rights. Second, a week after the presidential election, the court will hear arguments in a bid by the Trump administration to overturn the Obama-era healthcare law. Coverage for more than 20 million people is at stake, along with the law's ban on insurance discrimination against Americans with pre-existing medical conditions. Third, the court will be confronted with election-related cases from Wisconsin, Alabama, Rhode Island, Florida, and Texas. Among the issues, ballot witness requirements and allowing all voters to vote by mail. In addition, the court will have to decide whether to keep in place a Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision extending the deadline for receiving and counting mail-in ballots. A case involving suspending the ballot witness requirements in North Carolina is also on the docket. Nationally, more voting rights cases are being fast-tracked. Fourth, the justice will hear arguments this month in a copyright dispute between technology giants Oracle and Google. The case is potentially worth $9 billion. In other news, New York City is moving to impose new shutdowns in parts of the city in response to the growing outbreaks of the COVID pandemic. The city will reverse its reopening in 9 neighborhoods in Brooklyn and Queens beginning Wednesday morning. The shutdowns would affect more than 500,000 residents. Globally, European nations are dealing with a new COVID outbreak. 4 European nations are in the top 10 for most deaths. At number 5, Britain. At number 6, Italy. At number 8, France. And at number 9, Spain. Bars and cafes in Paris will be shuttered and the city will go on maximum COVID-19 alert on Wednesday. The UK and Germany have both instituted restrictions on gatherings in highly affected areas. In the economy, in the U.S., 4.5 million Americans are looking for work right now after losing temporary or permanent jobs due to the pandemic. And more furloughs and work stoppages are turning permanent as the COVID pandemic persists. Without a mass surge of hiring significantly above the 600,000 jobs level in September, the tidal wave of unemployment that is poised to hit in the next couple of months will overwhelm the economy and cause long-term structural damage. Meanwhile, residents of Geneva, Switzerland want a raise. 58% of the voters voted to set the minimum wage at 23 francs an hour, the equivalent of $25 an hour. Separately, but also on the horizon, long-simmering tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan have flared up in the contested region located in Azerbaijan. The neighboring countries have long been at odds over the mountainous territory, which is situated within the borders of Azerbaijan, and fought a war over it that ended in 1994. This week, further evidence has emerged that rebels from Syria are being recruited to fight as mercenaries in the conflict. In a sign of the times, Tennessee officials accidentally listed 13 pallets of COVID testing materials and other supplies on an auction site. The supplies labeled as surplus were put up for auction. The auction had received one bid for $150 before the items were removed. Finally, the COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins is over 209,700 125 American souls lost, and 1,037,340 global souls lost with no end in sight. That is your report for October 5th, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant. Well, Nick.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And the thing is, the important thing I got was the copyright.
Yes,
dispute, $9 billion. Yes. And I guess I got to go look that up in the Supreme Court, find out what's going on, because we get stopped by the Facebook police here all the time, and I still have not. I got to go with my tech team to find out why are we getting pulled over by the Facebook police. But, I'm not sure what we're doing wrong. I know what we're doing right is that we are broadcasting international, and with that we have an international guest from Australia. We have Shakeel Latimer coming in from Sydney, Australia. How you doing down there, mate?
Not too shabby, not too shabby. I wanted to tell you guys something that you asked me about a few weeks ago, Nick, that I actually wasn't fully aware of. You asked me about the Big Jack versus Big Mac lawsuit between Hungry Jack's, our equivalent of Burger King, and McDonald's. Yeah. So I found out today that Hungry Jack's has spun this so well. Actually, it's quite a good. I think it's a good move, and some of my business partners think it's a good move. What they've done, their ad over here normally says the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. I think it says that over there too. The burgers are better at Burger King, right? So they have spun this now, and they've said our burgers are so much better than McDonald's that McDonald's is suing us, and so that's how they're spinning the story. So that was great.
No, that is great. We don't even hear about that here in the United States. It doesn't make any of the press. Yeah. The Hungry Jack, Big Mac fight that's going down under in Australia. So only on IBM TV we hear about what's going down in Australia, because we don't get much of a feed down there. All we know is you got a big island. It's empty, most of it. And there's a bunch of people live on the fringes. But I've heard reports that some people say it's one of the best places in the world to live. They like it. The
Americans are welcome to go to the empty parts and try and populate it if you like. It's a bit
right. They got plenty of land down there. Well, we're on Economics Monday, and something that did hit the Wall Street Journal. And we're going to be talking about taxes later on today, but this is a big one. The tech faces tax it with Biden plan. Okay. Okay. So apparently, here.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, apparently what they want to do, Mr. Biden wants to shut down the international loopholes, which we know have been going on for years. In other words, being able to basically squirrel money away into offshore entities and take advantage of the origination of the funds in an offshore entity as opposed to the United States. The most famous one, otherwise known as the Google tax shelter, is the ability to go to Ireland with your corporation, which is what they did. Transfer their technology over to Ireland, which is what Google did. And now Ireland owns the search engine. And then what they do, they have to pay rent here in the United States to use the search engine. So they deduct it here and they include it in the income over in Ireland, which is taxed at a maximum rate of 15%. But when they use the Netherlands, it drops down to 2%. It's known as the double Dutch Irish sandwich when they take advantage of the Netherlands Treaty and the Irish Treaty. So that I thought was great. I mean, as a tax planner, I think that's a great thing to do. Unfortunately, it looks like that might be going away, which would be very sad because, tax attorneys, we need to.
No. I mean, why would it be that, Nick? Okay, Shakeel, you want to go first?
I'll just quickly say, look, the double Dutch Irish, and there's another one it's a hot dog. I can't remember the other sandwich. I think mostly those loopholes were closed anyway a while ago because Google and Amazon and
Microsoft, they'll take advantage of it. Yeah,
they were up in front of the UK's, the equivalent for US Senate inquiry. And they were using Bermuda and a few other places. And so I think that mostly has stopped in Europe, but there are other methods that they can use. Mm-hmm. But look, I think if Biden goes after them, I mean, what are we going to see? You're going to see Jeff Bezos become a Republican? Or I mean, the thing is, and I've been saying this, pretty consistently now for years, it just doesn't make sense that the wealthiest people in the world or the wealthiest people in America want to pay more tax. They want to have less money. It just doesn't make sense. I think that what the tax system needs, we'll get into this later, but what I think the tax system needs to be is something that is fair, reasonable, fairly simple. There's not as many loopholes, that sort of stuff. So everybody has to contribute, and that companies have to contribute. Because Google, for a period of time, actually had something like 20 billion or 25 billion or something that was sitting on one of the islands.
Yeah, they repatriated. They had to bring it back, and they had a higher tax.
Yeah, but they could invest it. They get the returns, but those returns are tax free until it's repatriated. The share price of the company keeps going up based on that money, but that money is essentially quarantined overseas because it's going to be taxed when it gets brought back in. Right. So I think that those sort of loopholes do need to change, but it's not going to be one country that can do that. I think the OECD countries especially need to be in charge.
And IBM TV, we need other countries too, and so we're bringing somebody from Canada via Russia, and he heads actually our television show.
Not anymore, Sasha. Not anymore. Bill and I took over.
What?
No, we didn't.
Bill and I took over his show.
He did what with the show?
We took over his show.
No.
Did you? Was there a merger and acquisition or divestiture? one of those things took place.
Yeah, there was, and then we invoked the 25th Amendment, and Sasha adhered to us for a period of time, and he's now reclaimed it for this week, haven't you, Sasha? You know.
Very good. How are you doing?
Yeah. Well, he's using takeovers.
You should have mentioned that I have also a chess show, which was very interesting. Last Saturday, we had a grandmaster with the name Vlad Tkachev. He was a European champion, he's one of the best blitz players in the world. Still is, and he's got a few very interesting lectures which we started on IBM TV by the name Deconstructing Kasparov. It was really fantastic. And since Kasparov is in the news, today I had his absolutely incredible link to his article for the Daily News in New York, where he's talking about Trump, and it's on the Facebook. I hope you can see that.
Well, what is Kasparov doing on the news now? What's his deal?
He's published a very big article in the Daily News in New York newspaper, and that's why he's in the news. It's not just related.
It's politics, right?
It's politics.
And he was great at politics. Didn't he run against Putin?
Oh, that was about... well, he never directly ran against Putin like election is concerned. He was opposing Putin on many issues. And
how'd that work for him?
For Gary,
America.
in a Russian system, I don't think that anybody has chance to run something substantial. Although even if you have a chance, like for example Boris Nemtsov, who was in the late 90s, he was number 2 man in Russia, and he was one whom late Yeltsin considered to be his nominee for president, not Mr. Putin. Mm-hmm. However, because Putin was head of KGB, and there were a lot of so-called siloviki, which means people connected to all the war machinery and ministries and agencies and so on, including FSB. Obviously, they wanted their own men to be there at the top. So Yeltsin had no choice but to go for Mr. Putin. So when Nemtsov started to get quite vocal about what's Putin doing with Russia and so on, he was just simply killed. And he was killed right in front of Kremlin. I mean, it's like 10 meters from Kremlin wall, right?
Okay, yeah. So is that how you get voted out of office in Russia?
You are not getting voted out of the office. You're
ever been a really good chess player that became the president of the US?
The chess players, presidents of the United States? I don't know if any chess players ever became president of the US.
Nick, I think the issue that Sasha raised is one that you've long spoken of and championed. You've always said that dictatorships were far more efficient.
They are. I mean, the thing is, there are studies that have
And-
shown that dictatorships are more efficient than democracies.
And I guess that's the result. And
Right.
under your theory of dictatorship being more efficient,
Correct.
we wouldn't have these loopholes and wouldn't have to worry about them because
That's right.
they would
The
simply,
dictator would cover it. Right,
This
right.
is why
there
people
are no loopholes and taxes come back and
That's right. You know, Bill, there's no question that dictatorships would be more efficient than democracy. We can see that what happened over in China with Xi Jinping. His economy is booming. He's doing quite well.
This is why people like myself, went into trading and didn't go into academic economics, because I believe that freedom and efficiency is far greater than efficiency that economists want to see. So.
Yeah.
But obviously, the political left disagrees with me at the moment, right?
Oh, I don't know what they say, because I don't know anything about who are these people that are in the political left that make such statements.
I think they're the ones that the far right wing Republicans have made up. I don't see any communistic.
Did you say far right wing or right wing?
I stumbled.
Was that a Freudian slip, Bill?
It's been hanging out in Washington for too long.
The far right ring. Well, speaking of slipping, let's slip over into Malaysia, because remember, we are IBM TV. We are international. So we're going to bring in our friends from Malaysia on the other side of the pond. There's Sharif with the Sharif School of Economics, a PhD scholar over there. And Sharif, it was a pleasure being on your show on Saturday. And I love those guests, by the way, all those ladies that you had on that. I would like to see them on we're doing a gender equality or gender show on. I'm sure that Shakeel will love it. It's a woman empowerment show. Shakeel would love to be on that show right before Economics Monday, and we need some guests to show up to that. So I can swing them over to the how you say, the women's show, which actually is right before Economics Monday. Anyway, Sharif, it was a great show that you had. And if people who have missed it, it is the Sharif School of Economics. It goes on every week at 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is 5 o'clock p.m. in Malaysian time. So I'm getting my time zones down. Pretty good, So, yeah.
Excellent. Good.
So it's pretty good. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about taxes later on. We have a lot of tax experts coming on about tax policy, especially in the wake of the coronavirus and the wake of the fact that taxes are always on the table. Hit the Wall Street Journal. I said, well, today's going to be tax. Hit the Wall Street Journal, and it says, tech faces tax hit with Biden's plan, which are if you know the tech schools.
Flip there, are you, Nick?
Yeah, right. Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Microsoft. That's who we're specifically talking about, all of our friends. And they happen to all be United States companies.
I know. Well, this
what's going on here?
Washington Post, it simply says that Biden seeks to raise the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. And I think that in combination with closing of all of these long-time loopholes is necessary and responsible, for the future of America. Don't you, Nick? I mean,
no, because the thing is, here's the problem with it. First of all, the rates don't matter. It's not the rates; it's the effective rates.
No, that's right. That's why we close the loopholes, and then we get the rate at 28%, which is not in any way.
Hey, listen, Bill, you're just gonna make my job harder. If you close a loophole, I gotta go find another one.
Oh,
so
well,
the idea, Bill, let me just make sure I understand. The idea to enhance the economy of the United States in the future is to close all the loopholes and jack the rate up so it's amongst the highest rate internationally. That's going to be something that's going to help America to remain competitive around the world, is it?
Well, Shakeel, I'll answer your question. And in short, that's a very clumsy way to put it, but I would say elegantly that we would engage in tax reform, closing the loopholes that has deprived for quite some time, so that we could raise the necessary resources to pay off our debt and become a solid governmental economy, and thereby unleashing.
Yeah, no, but those are different arguments.
No, because as we buy back American debt and pay down the national debt, and and deal with the deficits on a daily basis, we will end up leaving more money free in the economy because the government will not have soaked up that portion of the available spending. That will leave more money for the private sector to explore new areas.
There's nobody. Hang on. There's nobody on the other side of that argument. There's nobody. Nobody sitting there saying, "Hang on." There's nobody sitting there saying we want there to be more debt and for the country to have to pay these off. When you say you want to pay the debt off, that will make the economy stronger. Absolutely, I'm all there. Absolutely there with you.
Okay.
Jacking has worked exactly 0% of the times in helping a country pay its debts off.
Yeah, but you see, the only way you can pay off the debt is to make sure that those companies stop using loopholes that are outdated and no longer necessary. And when we close those loopholes, that necessarily will produce more revenue that will allow us to pay down the national debt. And in doing so, free more money for the private sector.
Yeah.
It won't be tied up.
So it's not just closing the loophole. It's not just closing the loopholes that you're talking about. It's also jacking the rates up so that it's uncompetitive internationally. But let's just go with your theory for a moment. Let's say that you're economically correct.
Then let's be specific about it, because it's not jacking the rates up as if they're at small rate, and I'm taking them up to a draconian 70%. Let me just remind you that in 1960, when John Kennedy proposed cutting the corporate tax rates at that point in time were hovering around 70%. And now we're talking about corporate tax rates at about 21%. And so we're talking about moving that from 21% to 28%. And that is hardly the sort of Damocles hanging over the heads of corporate America. And that an additional 7% point increase in their corporate tax rates and the closing of the loopholes, which ultimately leads to more money in the private sector's hands.
No, it doesn't end up with more money in the private sector's hands. I don't agree with that. And the reason I don't agree with it is because it has never worked. That's the whole reason why I keep saying taxes need to be reformed in a way that's actually going to work. I'm not saying that companies shouldn't pay more. I just think that's the way to do it. But let's just say, let me just ask you this though. Let me just ask you this. If you are actually correct that that's going to work, if that is actually how it's going to work, or if that is a proposal that's going to work, here's my question: whether it's Democrats or Republicans doing it, you live in Washington. Do you really trust these people to do? I mean, I think it's like you just have like some magic wand and the debt just disappears. You really trust the politicians to get this done?
Okay. Oh, absolutely. They're okay. They're very efficient, as we well know.
Politicians.
They're very efficient. As a matter of fact, but let's find out how our brothers in Malaysia handle their taxes, because the thing is, the United States does need to look abroad and see how other countries are doing. We know that Venezuela was an abject failure, but I'm not going to mention Venezuela's huge tax and abject failure and their whole experiment with socialism. We're going to pass on that right now, and instead we're going to see what's going on in Malaysia. So how do you handle the tax situation over there?
Yes. I just want to add some things before I go for the Malaysian tax issues and other things. First thing first, if policy like that, corporate tax increases, and on the other hand, this corporate tax government can utilize for their peoples, for their healthcare system, for their better education system, even for their new economical strategy and other things. I want to say this is very strong initiative, and I like this approach. I have few knowledge on economics and taxes and other point. I think this is strategically this is very important. But question is that how actually government handle this point. And if I come to this Malaysian point, so Malaysia basically, like it's a Asia Pacific, especially let's say China, Malaysia, and even Singapore and this kind of country. Government has very strong contribution in the economy, and they have very good control over economy. Let's say in Malaysian economy, biggest player for them is Petronas. So Petronas actually playing a very good role for providing, like giving the returns and other things. Let's say whatever they're earning, they also invest in Sabah and Sarawak and this kind of places, different Iceland. And this government also taking. Even this COVID period, not only government, all of the big corporations, let's say Sunway, Gamuda, and other corporations, they're playing a very good role. They also supporting even their not only their taxes. Besides that, they come up with the different financial incentives, and these incentives they going through the Prime Minister office, and this Prime Minister office handle these things. So this is very important strategy. Even if you see this Asia Pacific, let's say China, let's say other countries. Here actually government has a strong control over economy. US economical aspects and Asia Pacific economical aspect is completely different. I think you also know that Asia Pacific that government has over more control over industry, more control over economy. On the other hands, and this is one of the issues why actually Asia Pacific doing good in this COVID period. The reason is that in that situations actually government has to take lot of initiative. There is no choice. Corporate individually cannot take, they are not bigger than actually governments. This is reality. This reality we have to understand. So that is the issue. So in that situations, if government impose more taxes for the big corporations, it will not bad for the economy. But question is that how politicians utilize these things. But my observation for next few years, 3 to 5 years, it will massively change economical aspect and strategy. I'm sure it will happen because how actually we focus on our capitalism, how we focus on, we are more dependent on private corporations and other things. It will change because government has to take lot of initiative. They have to give lot of incentives. So government need money. So that's why we need good governance. That's why we need proper economical utilizations. And I think that every country is different, every culture is different, but we will see with the help of technology, with the help of small initiative of the business, startup and other things, next 5 years for economy will be very, very interesting, and economical strategy will massively change.
That's really good. No wonder why you're a PhD scholar.
There you go, Nick. There you go.
Right.
A stronger America, just like it says over my shoulder.
I agree with a stronger America, but the simplistic thought that you can raise marginal taxes and decrease and add loopholes will increase overall GDP. That calculus is not the calculus that we're looking for. You need to find out what are you going to do next with those funds that purportedly are going to be siphoned off of efficient companies and turned around and given to inefficient companies. Yes, Mr. Bill.
Well, first you're assuming that the tax loopholes at the inception were created because there was some sort of outstanding, flaw or fault that had to be corrected in the creation of the loopholes. The loopholes were initially created as an ancillary benefit and slid into some bill some time ago that nobody knew about, that companies just came in and exploited. So it's not like they had a right to it because they were under some burden and needed relief. That's one. So the loopholes are not sacrosanct. They're not holy, and there's nothing about them, and they ought to be re-examined from a societal standpoint when we start to value what is important. And I say that what is important is closing those loopholes because they were created by special interests, so we can then take the money and pay down the national debt and get our fiscal house in order, thereby relieving the portion of the private sector economy of the money that the government sucks up in servicing the debt. Now, that being done, there'd be more money out there for private industry, the efficient ones, to use. Mergers, acquisitions, development, do whatever they want so they can have the freedom they want. And let's just remember, we're talking about increasing the rate from 21 to 28%. That is hardly confiscatory. Everybody's acting like, oh my God, Chicken Little, the sky is falling. But we're talking about from 21 to 28%. And that is a mere pittance, given what we are faced with.
Bill, but it still leaves the same issue. If you freed up money to go into the private sector because the government is not having to waste $1 trillion a year, whatever they pay, in interest payments.
Right.
Okay. Of course, that's going to be a good thing. There's nobody arguing against that. But increasing the tax rate to make it amongst the highest in OECD countries, only beaten, I think, by New Zealand and Australia. Okay. Like, that seems like a really bad idea. Like, you're going to compete with Europe by having but they're all at 20% at most. Okay, you're going to have yours at 28. And the idea, the result that you want, I agree. Yeah, cool. If there's more money going around your economy, that's a really good thing. does increasing the tax rate get you to that result?
Okay, you see,
That has never worked. It has never worked.
No. I mean, no. Listen, I think that we literally need to grow a spine because every decade, you hear the same argument that, oh my God, if you raise the tax rate to whatever percentage points, in this case 28%, this is the instant institutional reaction. Oh my God. Businesses are going to flow to low tax countries. They're then going to hide there. Nobody's going to create jobs. America's going to go bust. That is
I didn't say that.
no,
I didn't say anything.
organization. That is always like a big scary Halloween story, and that
I
is
didn't
not true.
agree with that. I just said it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't point to a single example anywhere where that's worked.
Okay. Sure, step in.
Yes.
I fundamentally.
Let's go to our Malaysian scholar
Yes.
who has thoughts on this.
No, I have just a specific question. Let's say this COVID, another 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, it continue, and government has to take more responsibility for creating employment, providing better healthcare support, or providing other incentives to the small medium enterprise or their peoples. Is there any answer to like Shakeel, that how actually like government can manage it? What's the way or what's the strategy? Because this is for sure in COVID period, government has to take more responsibility. And how actually government can handle these things? What your answer? What do you think?
Well, would it be government who creates the jobs, or would it be small businesses and
Yes,
corporations in general?
exactly.
See,
Exactly.
the problem with the government jobs is they're make work jobs. They're not work jobs. And if the private industry creates it, then they're more work. Now to address Bill's thing about closing loopholes, again, this is a very simplistic answer to a complex problem, because most people don't even know. And we're going to go over this afternoon. What is a loophole? I'm going to give you one idea of what is known as a loophole, and they're called opportunity zones. And Blake Christian will be on later on to the program, who's a CPA with one of the largest CPA firms in the United States, 30th largest CPA. He's a managing tax partner. What's an opportunity zone? What they did is, rather than have the government go into a blighted area to rebuild the buildings, hire people, and increase the overall prosperity of that particular group, what they did is created an opportunity zone, saying this area of Detroit is blighted. If you invest in this area, we're going to forgive you from having to pay the capital gains tax of 15%. Wasn't that big, but it's 15%. Okay, now here's the problem with the simplistic-minded people that say, well, we're going to close a loophole. Really? Okay, so what you're saying to us is that you would rather give no tax incentives for having corporations investing in blighted areas. Would that be correct? Counselor.
Actually, no, because it seems to me
that would be closing a loophole, by the way.
No, actually, it would be closing a loophole that was unnecessarily and illegitimately, I would argue, created just to serve the benefit of the few. What you have to do is you have to look at the operation of it. And I certainly appreciate your argument, Your Honor, in the sense that, oh, well, it's going to increase investment in these targeted areas to reduce blight and such. However, operationally, it's been used to offset gains in other areas. So rather, they're just using it as a haven. They're not seriously interested. No, they are not seriously interested in the improving and investing to build up these communities of the so-called opportunity zones. As a matter of fact, from the Washington Post, let me just read to you what the paper says about the two pieces. May I, Counselor?
Yeah, sure. Talk to me about opportunity zones.
Okay,
it's going to be heavy today on IBM TV.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you have it correct here, because I'm offering this to the court of world opinion, to consider. Supports opportunity zones which create tax incentives to encourage investment in struggling communities, ? That is your point, Your Honor. Trump, the administration's signature policy for low-income and minority communities, opportunity zones, are meant to encourage investment in struggling areas. Exactly your argument. The zones included in the 2017 tax cut bill have been viewed skeptically by economists because they don't work. Here's the Biden thing.
Who don't work? The opportunity zones or the economists?
The economists don't think.
Well, I would motion for a more definite statement when he says skeptical. There's no evidence that it doesn't work. It's just an opinion of economists being quote skeptical.
evidence
But you
is
may
quite-
go on with your argument,
Well,
Kelly.
just let me give you the Biden side, and
Sure. Let's hear it rather than
a
rhetoric.
bit more leeway, Your Honor, please,
Sure.
just a little bit more. But Biden's campaign, we cannot close the racial wealth gap if we allow billionaires to exploit opportunity zones, tax breaks to pad their wealth. Because what they are doing operationally is they make their money other places. It comes to the end of the year, they say, oh my God, what do I have to do to offset these gains over here? They're like, let me buy a couple of blocks in Detroit. And then for that tax year, they say, oh, well, I've got these opportunity zones and I'm taking a loss over here. So they pad their wealth by hiding their gains over here. The next year they sell that area. That block never gets improved. So there is no requirement. Just because they invest in the area and claim the tax credit for investing in that area, which you claim leads to progress, they never do anything. They never actually invest. They just buy a share in a poor community, offset their balance sheet. They then sell that share to the next guy that needs it for the following year, but nothing ever gets built in Detroit.
That is your opinion, counselor. I would love to see evidence.
All we have to do is look at
I want
all
to see evidence that supports your
a couple
opinion.
of things, Bill. So first of all, I talk about taxes as a percentage of GDP, and I've said this before, that in the United States, your percentage is around 25%. It may actually be a little bit lower than that now, but you're getting around the 25% mark of GDP. Most wealthy European countries are up above 30%, 32, 33%, that sort of range. So I actually do think that tax take as a percentage of GDP should go up. I just don't think that increasing tax rates is the most efficient way of getting there. But to get back to your
how would you get there? Would you close the loophole? I mean, you don't want to tax corporations, and you don't want to raise taxes on the wealthy. And how would you get there from 20? Because it's from 20.
I know how we can get there. We can get there.
We'll address that during the tax.
We're going to get that during the taxing. In the meantime, we have another guest who's just arrived. He runs the Financial Friday show, and he's coming in from Financial Friday. I guess Friday has bleeded over. Frederick Hicks, welcome to our show.
Hello, gentlemen.
Since we're having a debate here about taxes, and one of our panelists, who I won't name, wants to close loopholes, aka close the opportunity zones. So, what are your thoughts about closing tax loopholes and increasing taxes for Americans?
Well, you know what? I mean, ultimately, if we're looking at the plan in which is being proposed, it's so-called it's not going to raise taxes on anyone below that's earning less than $400,000. So I am really kind of for, the wealthy paying a little bit more, as Warren Buffett even agreed to. He said, I would be more than glad to pay more.
My applause.
That's not what Warren Buffett said. You didn't say it like that. Warren Buffett said, let's pay 91% taxes or 100% taxes. He never said that.
True.
Okay, we're going to move. Some of us people are going to be sitting on the right, and some of us will sit on the left. Who are these people? Are these our fearless leaders? Are these the guys that are going to make the
Before
decision?
we go any further, Nick, I want to share why we're probably having this talk, because of the hoopla with Trump's tax. I want to play back what he said in the debate that I don't think any of the people really caught. It was something I caught the minute he said it, I guess, because I was really paying attention to what. But I want people to hear this because this is very important. But I want people to know you're not stupid, okay? Like he called you. He just, the laws are written so that we can't use them, and he doesn't know that. He's too stupid. But let's play this for a second. I want you guys to see what we're really talking about, okay?
Chris, let me just say something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was the private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We built a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got...
So I wanted you guys to hear that, he thinks we're stupid because we don't use these tax laws. But honestly, we're not stupid. Those tax laws are built and engineered to be used by the top 1% of the country. So majority of the people, it's not because they're too stupid, it's because they don't exist. Now, even our own laws, from our Supreme Court said that we really shouldn't, it's not sinister to sit there and try to use the minimal amount that you're required to pay. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is the laws and policies that are put in place that make it a bear on the middle class, hardworking American. And shame on you, Mr. President, because you said you were doing things for the benefit of the middle class, hardworking American, and rather go in and fix the tax laws so they're not a bigger burden on us, you kept them for yourself. So, no, I have a big problem with that. I have a big problem with being called stupid when the law was made.
He didn't call anybody stupid.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did. Do you want me to play it again?
No, we don't want to play it again. But it sounds to me that people are taking this way too personally.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right?
All the Americans are stupid. Know better.
No business person would pay more tax than they have to unless they're stupid. That's what he said. He didn't say everybody was stupid.
Yeah.
What kind of business person is going to go through? I've only got to pay $10,000 this year in tax. I'll pay $15,000 instead. Nobody's going to do that.
Yeah, no, Shakeel, you're
Chuck,
absolutely
you're missing the point. Chuck, you're missing the point. We're not stupid because we're not using it. But he did. He said, I can't help that you're too stupid to use it. The thing is they're not designed for us to use. That's the problem I have with that comment. That's the only problem I have with that.
He didn't say you're not stupid if you don't use it. He was talking about if you're paying more tax than what you otherwise would. What kind of business person would deliberately pay more in taxes than what they have to?
You're right, Shakeel, and I totally understand it. But Kimberly, you're also right, which is why fundamentally we look at what the tax policy is. And so if we close the loophole, Trump can't use it, and then he pays whatever it is, and that what he's required to pay, Shakeel, and then you wouldn't have a problem, because if the law said you had to pay $15,000 as opposed to $10,000, you'd be like, okay, I'm a businessman, I have to pay $15,000 because that's what the law says. And that's what
that's right. But the tax code of increasing, the idea of increasing, or what's even worse is when you have progressive tax rates, they just don't work. They simply don't.
I'm saying do equal and close the loopholes so that, or make the loopholes so that the middle class Americans can use them as well as the top 1%. There's no reason why.
Why should the middle class and the lower class take advantage of loopholes which they can't take advantage of? I mean, until they receive a certain amount of income.
Okay, no, I understand, Nick, I understand that, but I think that what that does is it raises the larger issue of what wealth the government is actually creating for private industry. When the government does those things for the common good, that is police, fire, the streets, all that stuff creates value, within which a bubble of value, within which private sector comes in and operates and creates. Now, private sector thinks, oh my God, I've made all this wealth, I made it all on my own. So it's like, no, you didn't. The government.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again with this Obama, Warren stuff. You didn't do this. You didn't build this.
Let's go to Malaysia because they have they've solved coronavirus. Okay, so they must have better ideas of it.
Anyway, COVID is increasing. It's a second wave. Anyway, I just want to add few things. Number one, today is actually International Teachers Day. So I want to send my regards to Professor Nick, Professor Kimberly, even Dr. Bills, and those who are joining today's sessions and observing teachers from around the world. Actually, I want to send my regards because today is International Teachers Day. So I feel that when I join in IBM TV is a very good, is a learning platform. I want to say it's a very good learning platform. Those who can observe this IBM TV, at least they can learn different perspective, different things, different ideology. Even let's say today's sessions for tax and other things, we can learn many things. So that's why I want to give a special thanks to IBM TV for these sessions and what they are doing. Even just before these shows, what I see, especially Madam Kimberly joined with this lady, it was really, really very great session for me. That the things always I believe that small is beautiful. Always we have to focus on different peoples, underprivileged peoples, those who have a very interesting things, and IBM TV working on these things, and they are coming with these things. This is number one. Second things, I just want to share my personal experience. Maybe you can relate for today's sessions. I want to take two more minutes. Number one, debate. For today's debate, like what we see, observe these Bidens and Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden debates. I can remember my own personal experience, because whatever I do and whatever I did, because I have a very good learnings, and I get a very good experience and positive attitudes from the debating community, global debating community. What I can remember in 1996, I think in the elections, the presidential debate, Bill Clinton's and another's Bill Clinton debate, what I observed in 1996, that time it gives me a very positive impact about the debate. And I grow in a very small places in Bangladesh, Rajbari. So that time, that kind of debate has this kind of influence. Even this presidential debate can influence a small village of Bangladesh and the young people and the young community. And that time we understand the values of debate, and we start our debatings and other things again and again. And you can check in 2013, because of this kind of positive presidential debate, this kind of positive initiative of American economy, this kind of positive initiative of the that American cultures, people like me, they grow. Even 2013, we were world debating champion in ESL round in Germany, Berlin. It was a very big history for Bangladesh. Still Bangladesh dominating in debating and other things. And we learned from Obama debate, we learned from Bill Clinton debates and other presidential debate. Two things. One is this kind of presidential debate we learn, and second things, another movie, The Great Debaters. I think Denzel Washington movie. You have a very good connection with Hollywood. Maybe you can come up with these things. But I'm very, very sorry. What I observe this debate, how a president representing USA, he has zero analytical ability. He do not have genuine informations. He has no proper argument. He do not have enough information and analysis, and he do not have zero respect for the other people. He just blaming the other people's. It's not a WWF. It's a debate. It's intellectual things. It's a very valuable things. Millions and billions of people actually watching USA presidential debate. This is fact. I'm the example. I'm the very good learners of American debate. I know that America is a very big economy, very big cultures and everything. There are many brilliant people. But I'm sorry to say, for this debate, last debates, I think one of the worst debate in the debate history. And I'm very sorry to say, a president who is a very powerful man, who is a very, very, he has a lot of power, lot of ability and other things. If he has this kind of level of analysis, this is very problem for America. On the other hand, this is very, very problematic for other countries as well, because America has nuclear powers. They are most powerful country. If they are leader like that, I'm very, very sorry. Sorry if I do not want to hurt anyone, but I think on a positive, honest, I give 100% honest opinion. And if you have clips, you can share 1996 presidential debate, what Clinton did. Please, you can compare. You can compare.
that would be
yeah, night and day when it comes to integrity. I do want to do a little bit of announcement of our evening show tonight, Lawyers Den. If you want to watch something that just makes your hair stand on end and get you just revved up, watch this. It's got some really great content. Go. And I also want to promote the show that kicked off this morning, which I think enlightens the world about what it takes to overcome challenges to succeed, and it just brings tears to my heart. And I just want to share with you, we can all learn from men. This woman who just overwhelms you with all of her energy and everything. She has overcome the challenges with cerebral palsy. She gets out there every day to talk to the people about how to overcome your challenges. This woman met her goals. She got 60,000 downloads when she started her podcast. Her goal is 400 a day, and she is kicking it. And now she's taken her podcast show and she's turning it into a pod TV, an international broadcast media TV, because she sees this as a winning team, a winning family. It was such an honor to be on her opening show. I recommend, if anyone wants to learn what it takes to become successful and not just overcoming challenges of any kind of disability, but how to become a successful podcaster and pod TV person, watch her show, because she's going to show you how to do it. All right, guys, let's get back onto this debate talk that we got going on.
All right, listen, I have a real quick question, and I'm going to defer over here to our new gentleman from Friday. I mean, Fridays are great days, but the question is, can you handle Mondays? What are you thinking about this? Monday,
Financial Friday. He ends the finance.
Mondays are very, very interesting because there's so many philosophies and opinions that's being kind of thrown around. So
Right.
On Financial Fridays, it's kind of two people who see things similarly. But on this show, it's more controversy. I actually kind of like the sparring match. It's more.
It's only me. It's only me.
It's only because we have Shakeel there. But Shakeel's down under. He's in Australia.
This is my first time on it, and having watched it before, I'm loving it. I hope that to be back on it again.
This is your invitation. I want you to know it's the way I was trained by Nick and Kimberly. They just threw me to the dog the very first day. I thought I was going to be a non-participant observer, and Nick was like, "Well, what do you have to say?" And stumbling doesn't work here.
No, it doesn't. Hey, speaking of which, I want to hear about. Sharif said our debates were horrible because the thing isn't really one debate; it was a yelling contest. I want to hear, but that's Malaysia's opinion. What is Australia's opinion? Did you see the debate, Shakeel? Wasn't that a great debate, or was that horrible?
Okay, let's get after it.
I actually had to watch it 3 times. Well, I mean, thankfully it's my country, so.
Shakeel, is that you had to watch it 3 times because you had to find some legitimate defense to say that Trump was going to win? Is that why you had to watch it 3 times?
He was a glutton for punishment.
So for the sake of the audience, I'll say again, because it's not my country, I'm not taking a side. And by not taking a side, some people on this show are so one-eyed that makes you a Trump supporter, right? So, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was trying to find defenses. No, it actually wasn't as bad the second time I watched it, I must say. It was amusing.
Okay, so that actually gets better then.
Ouch.
I couldn't watch it.
Sorry about that.
What was that?
It was a bit horrendous.
Only on IBM TV do you see commercials come and go. But
it was a bit horrendous, the debates. I don't think I would have been proud. To be quite honest with you, the majority of Australians, when I say the majority, every Australian that I spoke to said to me, they've got 330 million people. These are the best 2 guys they've got. So, yeah, I don't know. Who's in charge of Mexico? Maybe bring him up or something. I don't know. Like, I think just about anybody.
We have a wall for that, Sharif.
And then Canada could be another great place.
Canada? Have you seen their Prime Minister?
Yeah,
what happened to Sasha? He's run away from us.
No, well, I think everybody's running away from the U.S. because we don't know how to contain COVID.
We are the world's largest economy. I just want to remind the panel.
World's
I want
largest
to remind the panel we are the world's largest economy. Let's fight that right now.
Nick, not if the Democrats get their way, if they jack the tax.
I'd like to welcome our friends from Australia and Malaysia to the world's largest economy. Thank you.
We have an affirmative
economy that don't know how to wear a mask.
Oh, we don't know how to wear masks. I didn't say we were the world's smartest economy. Frederick, I didn't say we're the world's smartest. I said we're the world's largest. If you want smart, you go to Malaysia. You go to Australia. If you want smart. If you want the world's largest, you come here to Papa. We're the largest.
Oh, hang on. Which is why we have an affirmative obligation to look at what the decisions that we're making in a responsible way, one that leads to further wealth, which is a reform of the tax policy. Closing down the economic opportunity zones and all the other loopholes that Mick makes a great deal of money planning for all of his 1%er friends.
Hey, it's not me. Wait till you're here. Wait till you're here for the rest of the bill. Let me tell you something, my liberal friend in Washington, D.C.
plan that's going to help. How about you do something that actually has worked? I mean, it's incredible. Since World War II ended in the United States, since World War II ended, the people of the United States have gone. Socialism was really bad in the USSR. It was really bad in Germany. It's been really bad in Iraq. It has never worked anywhere. It's caused the death of millions of people. It's caused most of the people to be impoverished.
Shakeel, use one word, Venezuela. How does it work in Venezuela?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right?
It didn't work.
So the people of the US go, you know what we need more of? Okay. Now that we're successful, we need more.
Hang on. Before Nick gets into our death statistics, and again, and you go down that road, I simply want to point out the context, because everybody's confusing it until you look at the real numbers. Nobody in their right mind would suggest that a 28% tax rate is socialism. Not by the longest stretch of the economy. But that's what you hear when somebody says, hey, we're at 21, we're going to go to 28. All of a sudden, here you are, screaming and yelling, socialism, communism.
Why not just go back to 35? Why not just go back to where you were?
Because we don't need 35. We only need 28. And I think 28 is reasonable. Why can't you move from 25 to 28, Shakeel?
But I tell you what, the problem is we don't have
if you persuade me it works. If you
I don't care where it is, as long as you let me have my loopholes. I don't care about the rates. Okay, so just let me have my loophole. I mean, my tax advantage places where I can park money. Okay, for legitimate reasons.
What a false sense of power. But take a look at something. When we look at some of the stuff that the country we lead. We are close to 1/4 of the deaths in the whole world. The whole world, there's a little over 1 million. We're right at, a little over 200,000. So, we're looking at close to being 1/4 of what the death fatality rates are in the whole world. Does that make us a better economy too? I mean, something is wrong with our mindset of what's important, what's valuable. And what we need to be focusing our energies on. And, I always say that, and we've learned this at the financial literacy program that the Federal Reserve holds every year, that there is a fine balance of health and wealth. If you don't have one, then you're going to lose the other. So you got to have both. Right. And we're not focusing on it. Right. You can't have one without the other. And so we got to focus on that balance. We're not here. We're like,
let me just ask the panel then, because we are in the situation where we have the pandemic and we have a stuttering economy or borderline stagnant. We know that as people have looked around the globe at all the other economies around the globe, that these are the general prescriptions, that we're going to need expansionary monetary policy to make sure that the economy is liquid. And we're going to need an expansionary fiscal policy from the government in order to assist with subsistence programs or loan programs until the economy can get back up on its heels. Nobody is denying that is the prescription. So the question becomes, A, do we do that? B, if we do that, how are we paying for it? Are we going to pay for it by deficit and debt spending, or are we going to pay for it by closing loopholes that were unnecessarily, unfairly created in the past, which are no longer relevant to our current economic needs?
I'll translate so the panel can understand. Should we redistribute from efficient companies to inefficient companies?
Oh, Nick.
By using the tax code to do that, because company A decides to be efficient. And the thing is, what they do is they're able to save money and they show a greater profit. And then company B, who's inefficient, that shows a lesser profit, receives the benefit of the one that becomes more efficient. Or make it even worse, which all the business owners know, the person who works 110 hours per week pays more on those marginal hours than the one that works 9 to 5. And that's the reality of the situation. And that's the problem that you have with your friend Tom Perez, who happens to head one of the parties up there, who one of my people know personally, is that he has no clue in the reality of business owners and small businesses. Not one bloody clue.
Okay,
and they're the ones that lead the government because they believe incorrectly that everybody's a salaried employee. They're not. There are a lot of people here that own their own businesses. They work 110 hours a week. They don't receive salaries, and they have to cut every possible corner to make it. And then you're saying, then finally they make it, they turn around, they give it to Joe, who sits and works 9 to 5.
Well, I don't think
and collects his government salary.
No,
I believe that even if it could be shown.
If I may rise to a point of order, Nick, may I?
Sure.
Fine. I hear implicit in what you're saying is that those businesses, what you call the inefficient businesses, you're saying that they should get no help at all, even though circumstances have been beyond their control, say the pandemic, and that their businesses have been impacted. So, but they should nevertheless get no help from the federal government in any way, shape, or form, and they should just go belly up. Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
It's up to you because I don't know what's going to go on with it.
No, I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is you don't take a sledgehammer and you say, okay, we got a problem here. Let's see, the automobile isn't working. I'm gonna take a sledgehammer, and okay, now the automobile should work. No, it's a fine-tuned automobile, and you actually need to spend some time with it. The simplistic solution of we're going to raise marginal tax rates and cut loopholes are great for people that don't understand what they mean, but it sounds good, but it's not really a solution, because the solutions are actually to inspire innovation, what Sharif is doing, inspire innovation, inspire companies to basically create wealth and create jobs and to be successful. And it all boils down to the day-to-day, which is National Teachers Day, our education system, which I am totally against what we've been teaching in our schools for the last zillions of years. We teach 18th century methods. We do not teach things about how do you create your own corporation? How do you create your own business? You never took that in school. Okay. How are you able to use technology to create wealth for yourself? You don't learn that in school. Instead, what you're learning is arithmetic. You're learning English. You're learning algebra.
You're not even learning that anymore.
And you're not even learning that. So you know who creates this education system that's an abject failure is our government. And they totally don't even recognize that is the root of the problem. It's our elementary education system, K through 12. And by the way, Frederick Hicks is doing a great job, because he's actually teaching financial literacy, right? Okay, on IBM TV. It's something that we need. Okay, he teaches the nuts and bolts how to be successfully financially on Frederick Hicks' show, Financial Friday. You know what? You can't learn that in school. You got to go to IBM TV and listen to their show to learn it. That's the reality. Taxing and turning around to give it from A to B is not going to solve the problem. It won't create more wealth for the United States. Education will, provide you give the right education. Increasing teacher salary. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. But in theory, why do you want to pay somebody more to teach the wrong things anyway? In other words, you need the revamp of our educational system. Get guys like Frederick Hicks's program in the elementary schools. That'll make a difference, not paying a teacher more to teach English 101. That's not going to make a difference.
Bill, can I just reply to a couple of things that you've said? So I just want to come back to, I've talked about, in agreement with you, that increasing the tax take as a percentage of the GDP would be effective. I just don't agree with you that increasing tax rates are. Now, if it's such a good idea, I mean, you've currently got, like Frederick, when he first joined, said, well, if rich people pay a bit more, I'm okay with that. And you always hear this, we just want people to pay their fair share. The top income earners in the United States earn 20% of the national income and contribute 40% of the government revenue. How much more do you want them to pay?
Yeah,
but the bottom 50% of the United States pays actually nothing.
Shakeel, I don't
mind.
I don't actually mind the increase in the marginal rate. Okay, like Dr. Bill wants the increase.
If you go to 100%, it's not going to make a difference to revenue. But the real issue that I see is that something that you said just before, the wealth gap. That's the big problem. That it's not about, okay, if the wealth gap increases because people are much richer and the poorer people are much richer, the fact that the gap has gotten bigger is the focus of the problem. So if you can't make poorer people richer, what you want to do, richer comparatively, what you want to do is you want to pull the rich people down.
No,
now, that doesn't make any sense. Look, that's what I'm saying. That's what the Democrats are saying.
Actually, I don't mind pulling some of the rich people down because I don't like some of the rich people.
To that end, that is the reason why any problem that anybody ever comes up with has one solution. The education system is failing our kids. What do we need to do? Let's increase taxes. If you're on the political left, let's increase taxes. That's going to work. The healthcare system's failing. What should we do? Let's increase taxes. The environment's a problem. What possible solution can we come up with? Let's increase taxes. In fact, can you name one single problem that increasing taxes isn't going to solve?
The problem will go away. There you go. That's how it's looked at, right?
First off, I want to tell everyone we wouldn't be having this talk if it was not for Nick's vision and dream of closing that gap between poverty and sustainability. Nick started this dream with Money Masters PBS. And what we learned was we did gain some traction, but a lot of people, it's very hard to get them motivated to become financially sustainable. They don't want that financial literacy because, like Nick said, I'll never forget his pitch. Why? Because it's boring.
It is boring. But Frederick Hicks is doing a good job. He's doing a good job making a boring subject interesting.
We're bringing on shows that inspire, energize. And if you watch some of our Money Masters TV shows, it's not about bringing the rich people back down to your level. It's about bringing you up to their level, right? Okay, and that's what I say. With us, without us. Okay, there's this gap.
Don't bring them up to the same level. Bring them up.
That's what we want to do. We want to bring the poverty up. But here's what you have to do. You have to learn. You have to feed your mind with the good things, and that's what we want to do. We want to feed the mind. That was Nick's.
And we don't do that on Economics Monday. All we do is debate. But the person who's solving the problem is this guy. Okay, and that's the show you need to go to because they're actually showing how you can improve your financial situation. All we do here is debate taxes in the economy. Debating taxes in the economy will not help you. It'll make you feel good or feel bad, but it won't help you. Learning the tools, which Frederick is telling you on Friday, can actually help you. It'll make a difference.
Global awareness. We're bringing out what I call public service announcements.
Professor Nick.
Yes, sure.
Yes, like for our your honorable president, can I start a debating show that how to do debate? At least they can learn.
Probably a good idea because we really need to learn how to do that. That was not a debate.
You realize that you don't know what you don't know, right?
Right.
That is the most undignified debate I've ever witnessed in my lifetime, and. It was kind of shameful. A slap in the face. I wore sunglasses the next day because I felt like I got punched in the eye twice. Because to me, it was undignified. Yeah, we gotta. But here's the thing: we need to unite the people, and all we're doing is fighting. And one of the
Yes.
things to do is to focus on the policies we need. We keep talking about taxes. Taxes are not going to fix anything. It's the policies. It's how we spend the money. It's how we execute and enforce the laws. The taxes, no more. They don't even know how to budget the money. So what we need to do is put in the policies on what the budgets are for, how to spend that money. How are we going to do this? But more taxes is not going to fix it. I will tell you this because I've been under audit for a while. Their process, procedures, they don't even know what their own tax laws
Yeah,
are.
but see, increasing the tax rates make people feel good that you're doing something. And I agree. Go ahead and do it. And I also agree they should do it because there could be a lot of people out there that go, well, I got to invest in opportunity zones or pay the tax. I really don't want to invest in opportunity zones, so I'll go ahead and pay the tax. Let them pay more. That's okay. All right. But don't eliminate my deductions.
I don't think there should be
eliminate my deductions.
I think we all should be focused on what is naturally needed to pay. And I think you can do that. But right now, what you're doing is you're double stressing the middle class that supports both ends. The middle class supports the upper end because we work for you. We feed you the money. We feed you the resources to make the money. We also feed the poor people. We're the ones that are feeding both, and you're double stretching us, and you're taking all of the opportunities up here, not here where it needs to be fed. We need a little rest. Otherwise, you're going to stretch us too thin.
Right. Meaning the top.
I agree with middle class speaks.
Meaning the top 1%, because it's the top 1%, so-called Nick friends and party buddies, and 5-star hotel people, and trust fund kids, that never see a dime.
Hey, I worked for it. Thank you very much. I worked for it.
Yeah, I want to make one point, and that is this: is that when you were making the argument earlier about bringing wealthy people down, what you're doing is you're conflating two separate notions of wealth. You're talking about the people that pay taxes, and the argument that, well, by increasing the taxes, you're bringing the wealthy people down. The wealthy people don't pay taxes because they are trust fund kids, and that wealth is already locked in and passed from generation to generation. And that is the group that is largely avoiding taxes and then turning around, and as part of the process of not paying anything, they're the ones investing in the opportunity zone. And so when you start talking about raising the tax rate and going after the capital gains, you're looking at that. And if you really wanted to attack the problem, I don't see how it would be unreasonable to entertain Senator Warren's idea of a 2% wealth tax.
Well, can I give you an example as to why that would be a problem? Can I give you an example? If the trust fund kids aren't paying taxes in the first place,
right?
Why would they bother trying to use the ozones to get a tax break if they're not paying them in the first place?
Because what they're doing,
that is precisely the reason why because the very people that you want to contribute to the tax system aren't contributing in the first place.
I have the perfect example. It is your man Trump. He was given all that money from his father. He would have been a trust fund kid. He took that money, went out into the business world, and squandered it. And in order to offset his balances for 20 years, he lost so much money. For 20 years, he then engaged in all these loopholes, the real estate development loopholes, economic empowerment zones, which is what they were called before. Now they're economic opportunity zones. And he lost it all. So what happens is those kids come out of their little clusters, and they take that money and they go out and they spend it and they lose it. Now, by all accounts, if you go out and spend your money on a bad business and you lose it, even Nick would agree, you're a bad, inefficient business and you should go down. And that's that. But that's not what they do. The government comes in and says, oh, no. Just because you lost all that money, we don't want to take your wealth away that was given to you by a trust fund. We're going to say, okay, here, you can offset your losses for 20 years. Think about that. For 20
years. So what's the alternative? It'd be like being in a bad marriage. When you get into a bad marriage and the girl says, I'll just hang around for the good times in richer and not for poorer, the government's going to sit there and say, when it's really good, we want to take some. When you're not doing so well, oh no, we're not going to help you. Is that your theory?
No, that's precisely the problem, because it's a chicken and an egg story. On the one hand, right now we're stuck in a situation where, when it's bad for them, we're suffering all the losses. because they're taking their tax breaks. But then when it's good, they turn around and say, "Oh, well, we don't want to pay any more taxes."
Let's talk about the
Let me just address something that you've said there. Okay, you talked about trust fund kids. Not everybody who makes it into the top 1% are trust fund kids. In fact, most of them aren't.
Well, I know the money.
But this is the height of the unfairness of the tax system the way it is right now. If I personally, I'm not going to, but if I personally were to make $100 million this year coming up, okay, I've got to pay because I earned the money. I've got to give half of it away roughly. If I live in California, it'd be even more. I've got to give half of it away in taxes. But if I took a capital gain or my assets increased by 100 million, I don't have to pay anything because I haven't liquidated the asset. Where's the fairness in that? So when I say increasing marginal rates of tax doesn't help because it's not working in the first place, increasing the company rate of tax from 21 to 28 isn't going to help if companies are overseas companies in the first place. Those things, I know you said close the loopholes, but you can't close every loophole because you have to allow for international trade. Okay, so those things clearly don't work. We know they don't work because they've never worked. So if you want to go after the rich, enact the tax codes that are actually going to hit them and make them pay. Just do it sensibly. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Do it sensibly. Target taxes as a percentage of GDP instead of targeting taxes just by the headline tax rate.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And I want to intersect here just for a second, not because you guys can keep talking, but I want to explain to you, you know how you get yourself audited if you're a middle class person? You take the benefits that are offered to the top 1%. Trust me, I know. You start using those benefits. Oh, no, you're not allowed to use those. Those are not made for the middle class, hardworking Americans. These are set aside just for top 1%. Why are you using these? You shouldn't use these. So they hammer you to death, telling you you're not allowed to have these same deductions. So what we need to do, again, I say, I don't care where you put the tax. Okay, we need budget. Know how to spend it, and we need the policies, okay? But the policies need to be fair. And if you give a benefit opportunity to a rich man, then by God, it should be offered to the middle and it should be offered to the poverty. What needs to happen is a balance of taxes, okay? And one time I read a contract of someone who was offering commissions, and I listened to Jack, and I think about this contract. If I generated $1 million to sell for this man, he was willing to pay me 20%. All right. If I turn around and in one sale I generate $5 million for him, he wanted to reduce my commission to 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to go out and generate more money for him on a one knock sale? I could just sit there and take that one knock and chip it down to 1 million 5 times and make 20%. So I get you, Shaq. Why do you want to punish somebody and reduce their incentive to keep making money? There's a way to do it. But like Nick keeps saying, he wants his opportunity benefits because that's an alpha thing for the top rich. That's to me a false sense of security in many ways.
Okay.
Give me a tax deduction and I feel better.
No, but wait, we got to hear from Frederick. No, Shakeel, we got to hear from Frederick first. Frederick.
Because there is a way of doing it. There's a way of doing it in a way that prescribes to growing. Most people don't have a savings methodology. That's the biggest issue. People have this belief system that I need to get rich quick in the United States. So whatever looks like it's moving the quickest and the fastest, they tend to save in that particular bucket, which is what I am trying to explain to people, that you need a diversification plan. And there might be a better way that will allow you to maintain that degree of tax advantage, wealth growing tax deferred, greater than the standard of living adjusted for inflation, and it still come out tax free. It's just all in the methodology and the philosophies of what you believe in. And most people need it too fast. So when you're telling them about, well, what if you could earn 5 to 6% steady Eddie compounding growth in maybe a different way, they are like, well, that's too slow. So the financial literacy is met with opposition as that's just not fast enough for me. So when it comes down to this, when it comes to true wealth creation, It's not about how well you save, it's how well you leverage that opportunity to get the higher growth and to allow yourself to not even play in that tax system. The only way to play in it is to not play at all. And that's what I try to teach on Financial Fridays. There's a way to do it, but you've got to open yourself up to other avenues to be able to get to what you want, because by the time you deduct the taxes and the peaks and valleys of the particular tank we're talking about, which we call the yellow tank, there's really no gain. You've really just suffered emotionally with all the peaks and valleys, and then you have to give whatever portion to Caesar. So what if we can remove that? And that's what financial literacy is all about. And that's what I try to teach. So what you're saying there, Kimberly, is spot on. But what if you just didn't have to play the game? That's really what it comes down to. And there's a way to do it. So, Bill, what do you think? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Tim.
No, I'm going to pass that to Bill too as well. I just want to remind you that that's called literacy, Fred. That's exactly what you're talking about, is teaching the people how to save and have that mindset of it's not a fast overnight success for everyone. That's only the few books that you get. Out of 300 million people, you see 1% make it overnight, like Uber. But Uber really wasn't overnight. That was a 10, 12 year pull your hair out. But
why should anybody try to make it and try to make good financial decisions if they think that every desire that they have will be met by government? During the Great Depression and the aftermath of the Great Depression, they deliberately gave very plain tasting food to people so that people wouldn't enjoy the food too much. That's what they did after the Great Depression. Now, I don't like that idea personally. I don't think that's very good. But I'm just saying, it's such a serious issue. And one of the things I was going to address very quickly, you talk about certain tax breaks disproportionately being able to be used by the very wealthy. Of course, it disproportionately benefits them. They're disproportionately paying for the taxes. If you can't give a tax break to the bottom 50% if the bottom 50% are currently paying zero. I mean, America can't give me a tax break because I don't pay tax in America because I'm not American. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way.
Actually, as you pointed out time and time again, American tax policy allows you as a foreign investor to play with subsidized money. You've made that point repeatedly in past episodes. But here, that's
right. But I don't pay tax there because of the tax treaty, so you can't give me a tax break.
And
right?
that means I'd like to close that loophole. You will then cry international trade restrictions. But you see, at every single point in time, somebody's going to claim and cry foul. But crying foul should not be a reason that we don't examine it, take another look at it, and decide what we can value as a society right now.
Bill, that's what Donald Trump's been talking about, is closing some of the exploitative international loopholes that allows the United States to be exploited by other countries.
He may talk about it, but he didn't do it. That's the thing on Trump. But I think what we're doing here is this. And let's with regard to the taxes and everything. Everybody's talking about the budget. We can certainly talk about budgetary policy as we go forward. But the question is, fundamentally, do we need to raise the revenues to meet the problems that the American economy faces right now? If the answer to that is yes, then it's how do we do that? Now, if it's yes, then how do we do that in a way that does not burden or further stretch the middle class or somehow penalize the lower class, and yet at the same time doesn't seem onerous to the upper class? How do we balance that? And I think that's one of the issues. Now, on the flip side of it is what actually happens with that money. And a basic budget proposal for the government to kind of stream them in is to go back to what they call zero-based budgeting, where every year each agency has to come in and they start with a zero balance, so that they're not that they're saying, well, I got $5 million last year. I'm just looking for an incremental increase of $2 million. The question should be that they have to justify why they need $5 million again before we give them a total of $7 million. That's essentially budget-based financial planning for the American government. But that's what we do after we raise the resources. What I want to hear from the panel is, one, do we need more resources? If so, how do we raise them? Because then we can get into whether it's closing trust fund loopholes, 1% loopholes, or whatever other kind of loopholes that are out there. I'm open. Anybody have any ideas?
Can I just say, Bill, nobody that I'm aware of has come onto the show, including myself, and said that the actual revenue amount shouldn't go up. Everyone has said that. I probably stand alone by saying I don't think that increasing tax rates to get there is going to get you there. That's the only point
I
that I've
never
made.
said that. I never said it should go up. I said we need to set in place policies to learn how to budget what we do.
Okay.
I think it should go up, but here's the reason why. My reason it should go up is this: there's a group of people that if it goes up, they're not going to do anything, and they're just going to pay the tax. They're going to be basically. Some of them don't. Honestly, some of them don't care. I mean, I've worked in this area for 37 years.
I think I didn't say the rate. I said the percentage of GDP, the total revenue to government as a percentage.
I don't know if that will go up, but I do know if they raise the marginal rate, first of all, make Bill happy. Reason number one, he goes, "Oh, the rates went up. That means they're going to pay more." Now that part may not be true, but it will make them happy because the rates went up. There will be a certain amount of people that will pay more. I work with these people every day. They'll pay more because, frankly, they don't care. No, seriously, they don't care. Okay, my rates went up, so I had to pay an extra, 50, 100,000, 300,000 more. They just don't care. Some of them, what they will do is say, they'll go see their tax advisor, like, Fred, what can I do? I don't really want to pay this much in taxes. And they'll say, you know what? There's some opportunities out there, such as opportunity zones we're going to talk about today. Maybe your company should have a captive insurance company so that what happens, you'll pay less for the risk that you've been taking. And it was designed by Congress to encourage lower risk for insurance premiums. Maybe you should put money in a retirement plan, which is what I do for a living. Hello. So you'll save for retirement. Now, if you had Bill's way, hey, we'll eliminate the retirement plans. There's no reason to subsidize people saving money for retirement, but these people are very interested in doing that stuff. So to take a sledgehammer to this isn't really going to work. What you need to do is you need to be thoughtful and methodical. Raising the marginal rates, one thing, but if you're going to sit there and kill all the tax incentives that are out there, that have been designed for years to encourage people to do behavior that will actually help them, I think you're going down the road of Venezuela.
And there comes the boogeyman again. But I certainly understand that. But what I hear right now is this, Nick.
Well, name a socialist country where it hasn't turned out like that. Then.
Okay, no, but hang on. This is what I hear. Shakeel, you're saying not in my backyard. You're saying it should go up, but it shouldn't come from here. Nick, you're saying it should probably be more, but not here. That's the NIMBY argument. I agree with you, large, but none of it should come from my particular backyard. And then
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
You're saying it should not come from the marginal tax rates. Nick is saying it shouldn't come from pensions.
I didn't say it shouldn't. I didn't say it shouldn't. I didn't say it shouldn't. Look, clearly I work with very impoverished countries, impoverished people all over the world, okay? I spend a lot of my time doing that. I've attended United Nations meetings for that. I've done a lot of things to try to make a difference to people that live in poverty, okay? So it's not that I said it shouldn't come from an increase in marginal rates of tax. I said increasing marginal rates of tax don't work. And they don't work specifically because of what I said before. If I personally were to make $100 million next year, I would have to pay $50 million in tax. But a billionaire who's already a billionaire isn't going to have to pay tax if his assets grew by $100 million because he hasn't liquidated his assets. There is an incredible unfairness inherent within that system. And that is exactly the reason why, even amongst the wealthy, the wealthiest people say the tax system is inefficiently operated, and in order to increase revenue to the government to achieve all of these wonderful things, it needs a different type of tax code. You don't just go backwards and go, this didn't work the last handful of times we tried it, so let's do it some more and hope that we get a different result. You're going to get exactly the same result.
And I also want
to history. Go ahead, Nick.
I want to defend the trust funds that are out there, because there's a misconception by the people that do not understand trust funds, what they're about. Okay, here's what they're about, because I've set up and also been the beneficiary of a lot of trust funds. Let me tell you what they're about. Ma and Pa Dunbar come to me and look, I said, well, you're worth $1 million or $2 million. Yeah. How'd you achieve it? Well, I worked 100 hours a week and ate peanut butter jelly sandwiches, and I scrimped and saved. I could pass this on to my children. Can you please set up a trust for me, Mr. Palavita, to do so? And then I set up the trust. Then Bill comes along and saying, oh, you scrimped and saved? That's wrong. Give that to Joe over here, who sat drinking beer all day and worked from 9 to 5, maybe when they wanted to, and didn't contribute anything to society, because that's equally just for Joe Pool Hall to have it, and not the people that scrimped and saved. And that's what the trust funds do. A lot of them I set up were like that. So when you say, oh, the trust funds are bad, the people are receiving it, they shouldn't receive it, you have to sit and talk to these people, which in Florida, if you want to go talk to the trust fund people, go down to Florida, Naples, Palm Beach, Boca Raton, Fort Myers, meet with these people, learn their stories. It wasn't like it fell into their lap. I hate to say it. They scrimped, they saved, they worked 100 hours a week. They read the book, The Millionaire Next Door, they followed it, and that's the reason they have the funds. They didn't sit there and go like this. Give me the money.
The kids did. The kids did in the second and the third generation.
Of course they did.
I understand.
And the reason why is their parents want them to have a better life. What's wrong with that, Mr. Trezevant?
There's nothing wrong with that ideal. But I mean, the notion that now we're talking about, the poor working class trust fund baby. I have never heard those words put together. The poor working class trust fund kid. I didn't realize such an oppressed group.
Okay. I talked about it before, and you talked about rich lives matter according to Shakeel. The majority of the people who are in the 1% are working. Okay. When it comes to minorities, which you guys are left always about protecting minorities, what about the 1% that are railed against by the other 99? Because remember, the 1% aren't all Donald Trumps. The 1%,
a lot of them, they work really hard.
They're judges, they're doctors, they're those sorts of people. That's the top 1%. The majority of the top 1% of those people, and business owners.
And we also have a new guest who's just arrived that will defend the education system in the United States. We're going to bring in the dean of the business school at the University of Illinois, Jeff Brown. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess it's good morning in Illinois, good afternoon in Australia, and good night in Malaysia. What is it the education system is doing to help improve people to get out of poverty and actually become financially successful? Since you're the dean of the Illinois Business School, got to have some thoughts on that.
Absolutely. Well, it's a great question and a complex one, right? I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree that education really is sort of the key to financial security and financial success. If you look at the trends in the U.S. over the 20th century, we've now gotten to the point where having a bachelor's degree is really required for so many jobs. That wasn't the case 50 or 80 years ago, when unions were strong and you could not go to college and get a job that provided some fairly stable lifelong financial security. And today, education is much more important. The problem we have is that education is not accessible to everyone, because as states have cut back substantially on public funding of higher education, universities responded to that by raising tuition rates, and now a college education is actually quite expensive for, it's expensive for everyone, but it's out of reach for many. And so we've got some work to do to find ways to make education more accessible, both in terms of financial aspects, but also in terms of other barriers that stand in the way. And that's where some of the technological advances we've had with the ability to deliver education at scale, using online technology and so forth is important. So again, this is a multifaceted question, but I think education really is the key to unlocking prosperity for people, no matter where they are in the income distribution.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. And because of that, Frederick Hicks, we run actually a Financial Friday show now on IBM TV to give people the nuts and bolts of financial planning, because what I don't see out there, at least in the elementary and even the middle school area, is financial education. But I believe the University of Illinois, you actually have a certified financial planning program, do you not, at University of Illinois?
Yeah, we do. It's run out of our College of ACES, Agriculture, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences College. It's a degree that they introduced, I would say, about a decade or so ago, and it's been growing pretty steadily. And then they've also put together a lot of materials, both online and otherwise, to just make those kind of basic skills available to all of our students. University of Illinois is not unique in terms of our students. A lot of them come in, they're extremely smart and they're well educated, but they never really learned how to manage money. College students often find themselves getting into too much credit card debt when they're out on their own for the first time. So there's a lot of those basic skills that I think are really important, whether you're, I wish we had universal financial education in high schools as well.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's what I'm pushing, is that they should bring that down to high school level. What'd you say, Fred?
Yeah, it's got to start in the beginning, because financial literacy has to start in the beginning.
Right. And what are you doing at University of Illinois on entrepreneurship? Sharif runs the Sharif School of Economics, and he brings in entrepreneurs, which I think are pretty cool, and professors. He had a professor of entrepreneurship at MIT on his last show, or the last show before that. And I know you run an MBA program, which I think is really great, Masters in Science and Management. But Jeff, what about University of Illinois and entrepreneurship? Because we do have a lot of entrepreneurs that are on IBM TV.
No, I mean, we do a lot to promote entrepreneurship. In fact, University of Illinois is one of the top 10 universities in the world in terms of venture funding to our students and alumni. We run out of the Geese College of Business, we run a cross-campus initiative that supports students who are starting entrepreneurial ventures. We do not take an ownership stake in their company, but we provide them with some financial support to get started. We bring in alums as well as subject matter experts. There's a program called the iVenture Accelerator. It's a very competitive to get into, but we identify about a dozen to 15 teams each year. We provide them financial support for the summer. We give them money to get their business started. We bring in IP attorneys and entrepreneurs, successful and less successful. We bring in angel investors. And by the end of that first summer, they have honed their pitch, as well as having taken first steps in making that business go. And that we're only in our 5th year of the program. We're starting our 6th cohort in that program now. And it's been pretty wildly successful in terms of a number of companies that are coming out of that are getting meaningful funding. All of the students have learned a lot, whether this first venture succeeds or not. So that's just one example. We have a really robust entrepreneurship ecosystem here.
Wow. See, I didn't know that you were that robust in the entrepreneurship, because we run a Startup Wednesday, which is devoted to giving entrepreneurs exposure, because one problem that we've seen around the world is they do not get exposure on their corporations. In other words, it's very difficult for them to get that. So it's something that we do support here on IBM TV. And certainly if you have companies that need international exposure or want that exposure, I can get them on probably Wednesday on IBM TV, Startup Wednesday.
I've got a set of entrepreneurial startups. I'd love to talk about that. And they range, I mean, they really run the gamut. I mean, we've got a really talented guy that a couple of years ago started a company called Psionic, and it makes low-cost prosthetics that are literally sort of, I'll put it in my terms, wired into your brain, so that you can use a prosthetic hand, you can hold this, you can feel. We had a war vet who had lost an arm who talks about how he can hold his daughter's hand and feel it. It's really some pretty amazing technology. We've had not-for-profits, an organization called Maker Girl that is celebrating its, I anniversary coming up in the next couple of days that uses mobile 3D printing labs to get young girls interested in going into STEM fields. I mean, it runs the gamut in terms of the kinds of things that our students here have done. They're really pretty amazing.
Well, I'd love to see them because we've been pulling everybody out of startup Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley has 40% of all venture capital in the United States. So it's good to see that there's startups outside of Silicon Valley, because I get tired of all the people from San Francisco always coming in. I said there's got to be innovation outside of Silicon Valley. I refuse
some Chicago and some Champaign-Urbana talent. So.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be some talent in the Midwest. It's not America has talent and it's all in San Francisco, or America has talent. At least our Celebrity Tuesday says they're all in LA. I go, wait a minute, that's not true. There got to be talented people outside of San Francisco and LA. So I'd love to have them, if you got some ones that have products or services that could be shown internationally, we would love to have them on Startup Wednesday.
I'll reach out separately from this.
And we'll talk about that because that's good. But education for us is also a very important part of our mission, is to get people involved in improving themselves. I know that Bill just wants to tax everybody and then life will be better, but in our humble opinion, taxes are not always the solution. It's actually being able to give them the tools and techniques to be successful in the things that you're doing at University of Illinois at affordable prices. I think your pricing schedule is really great for the Masters in Business Administration, for the IMBA, and also the Masters in Science and Management. Can you tell us a little bit about, I know you said before, but our audience changes. Can you tell us a little bit more about the MBA program at Giles School of Business and the Masters in Science and Management?
Yeah, and by the way, it's Geese. It sounds like the bird, although spelled differently. Larry Geese is an entrepreneur in Chicago, and he and Beth we're coming up on our 3-year anniversary of their transformational gift of $150 million to name our college. So it's been great. So yeah, we launched our online IMBA program just under 5 years ago. The first cohort came in January of 2016. We are now up to north of 4,000 students in the program. By the end of this year, we expect to have over 5,000 students across our online degree programs, which includes the MBA, the MS in Management, and we also have an MS in Accounting, all of which are fully online. These things are priced at, they're the best value in higher education. $22,000 for the full MBA degree, only $11,000 for a Master's in Management. We're getting really exceptional talent from all over the world, over 100 countries represented in the program. You've got access to an amazing network the day you start, and we have a lot of our very best faculty teaching the program, folks who are not only excellent teachers, but are also cutting edge researchers. So it's been really exciting. And, it also paid dividends for us once the whole world had to shift to remote learning. We had the infrastructure and the knowledge and the human capital to help us do that relatively seamlessly compared to what others had to do. And I think online education is here to stay. This is not the remote education from 20 years ago or 10 years ago, or even, we couldn't have even done what we do today 10 years ago. And now we've learned how to do it extraordinarily well. So we're pretty excited about it. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more folks playing in this space now that everyone's been forced to do some shifting into this setting.
Right, and on this show right now we have Sasha Starr is coming in from Toronto, Canada. Sharif is coming in from Malaysia, and Shakeel is coming in from Sydney, Australia. And they all beam in really well today, which you're right, about 10 years ago, Jeff, it would not have happened. They would be all breaking up. It was a whole different cat. But that allows international education to take place in a way that just didn't exist even 10 years ago. So this is going to, I think this is going to be a game changer on education. I've learned a lot with Sharif, especially about coronavirus. The coronavirus in their country, they have 30 million people, total deaths. Last time I looked, Sharif, 128 people. Now, if you think about that, 30 million people, only 128, they've done a good job of containing coronavirus. And same down with my mate, Shakeel, down in Australia. They have very little corona deaths. And why is it that the people in the United States were very reluctant to look outside the borders of the United States for solutions, Jeff?
Well, the U.S. is a big country. We span a continent. As a result, I think we have a long tradition of not always looking outside of our borders. We have a significant amount of diversity inside. I'm not defending it. I think we should have a much more global view. But this is not the first time that the average citizen in the U.S. has not sort of looked beyond our own borders for guidance. In this case, I think it would have done us some good to learn a little more quickly from what some other countries have done and done effectively. I'm sure it's not the only case. I'm a proud American, but that does not mean that we do everything right. And I agree with you. I think this is a case where had we sort of been a little bit better attuned to what was happening elsewhere in the world, we may have learned some lessons a little quicker that might be helping us quite a bit right now.
Right. And the University of Illinois, in your IMBA program, do you just draw from people in the United States, or do you have students outside the United States?
All over the world. Literally, I think we've got every continent. I don't know if we've had anyone from Antarctica yet, but we have every other continent, over 100 countries. It's a really diverse group. Yeah. These students in this IMBA program are really exceptionally talented. I mean, it's basically like an executive program in terms of the work experience they're bringing in. Average students in their late 30s. They've already had enormous professional accomplishments. From the day they enter our program, they're already making us proud as alums. And then our new IMSM, the Master's in Management, which is about half the number of credit hours as the MBA. It's interesting. Internationally, that's a very well-regarded designation, and we're getting a lot of people in that program that have significant work experience. But we're also drawing a lot of younger folks from the U.S., people that are recent college grads that graduated into a pretty tough job environment and are looking for the opportunity to expand their skills. One of the things we're hoping to do as another way of kind of disrupting the business model in education is we're working with the campus right now to try to make it so that if you come here for your one-year Master's in Management, that some number of those credits will then apply if you decide later you want to come back and continue on and get your MBA. We call this a stackable model. There's lots of ways you can stack pieces together and pursue different degrees. So it's a different way of thinking about college education and graduate education, and we're really excited to be innovators in that space.
Do they physically have to come to Urbana-Champaign? Do they have to come there, or can, like, I was on Sharif's show the other day, and we had people from Bangladesh, we had people from India, we had people from Malaysia and the Asian subcontinent. Do people physically have to leave their jobs and family and go to the University of Illinois, or can they actually stay in their home countries and get involved in the MBA program there?
They can do it from anywhere in the world as long as they've got a good internet connection, honestly, and they never have to come here. We welcome them. We invite them back once in a while, obviously not during the pandemic. And many of them like to come and visit, but there's no requirement that you do so. So when we talk a lot, I mean, one of our core missions is to create access to outstanding business education. And not only have we done that by slashing the price, I mean, instead of paying $100,000+ a year for an MBA or for the program, you can get it for $22,000 for the whole degree. But not only did we do that, but we did eliminate these geographic barriers, which are obviously quite on top, they're top of mind right now because of the pandemic, but even before, with visa restrictions and travel and the expense, having to leave jobs, families, careers, move, none of that is necessary. And so we really do believe that we've pretty massively expanded the pool of talent that can really think about getting a graduate business degree now. And we often refer to it as democratization of education. You still have to have, high talent in order to be accepted into the program, but we're trying to knock down every other barrier that exists. So if you're from a poorer country, but you've got, and travel's just not realistic, and you can't afford you didn't think you could afford a Western education because the price is so high, especially with, exchange rates fluctuating and that sort of thing. Our program is very low cost, and we actually do have a small number of scholarships available even for these low cost programs for students that need it. So
And I think, Jeff, you said a few weeks ago that you often have a lot of people my age or a bit older than me that want to go back and perhaps finish a course or do units. Like for me, there's certainly courses today that I would do that I didn't actually do at tertiary level before, that my interests have changed slightly, and certain things that would enhance my resume, not when I'm looking for a job. And I think that I wouldn't give up what I'm doing in order to go study full time. So I think you talked about that as well before, didn't you, about older people?
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. Look, we've got to completely rethink this idea that, you go to school for 4 years and then at 22, you've got all the education you're ever going to need. That world is long gone. If you look at all the jobs that are available today, it's something like half of them didn't even exist, 20, 25 years ago. Most of us that are over the age of 25, unless you were in a computer science or program, you probably never had classes in artificial intelligence and machine learning and all of that kind of stuff. And yet it's ubiquitous today. It's affecting everything we do in data science and all of that. And most of us are going to need to refresh our skills every now and then. So we're really trying to think about this on a lifelong learning basis. And when I go back to that idea of talking about the stackability of the model, we've got opportunities for people to come in and just take a class from us. You don't have to sign up for a full-blown degree in order to learn some of these skills. Well, the other thing, Shakeel, I don't know what you studied when you were in school, but maybe you were, somebody. Yeah, great. So you have a finance background, but maybe something comes along and you want to learn more about the technology side of things. We've got courses on that. Conversely, if somebody was an engineer as an undergrad and never really took a finance class, but now finds themselves getting more and more into that, they can come back and learn some finance. We think it's true.
I think that's precisely the point. Like for somebody like myself, I have people that have masters in applied finance, masters in financial mathematics that work with us. But when you're going into the AI world and the computer science world and how that's impacting the finance market, someone like me at 36 years of age, I'm a dinosaur. And I've got to get these young kids to teach me what they're doing in the market. So and
if you're a dinosaur, I'm a corpse, but that's another story. Sharif, you had a question on that?
Yes. Thank you, Professor Jeff. You joined with us today. For me, this is a very special day because today is International Teachers Day. So thank you for joining with us. And I'm really want to give thanks for IBM TV, especially Professor Nick, Professor Kims, and Dr. Bills, how they are actually trying to support us for come up with a different idea, come up with the different cultures. This is very important. I just want to know one point from you, Professor. Let's say you have a global university, like many countries, people come to your university and they join for your MBA program. Let's say in your syllabus, you definitely have your own syllabus and you follow your own syllabus and criteria and everything. Someone, let's say someone come from Africa or Asia and they have a successful, let's say, business model or successful social entrepreneurship model or something like that. Do you add these things in your syllabus or only you follow your own syllabus or criteria? Is there any way that you also can add some interesting things from the different country, different cultures, because you have hundreds of people from hundreds of countries. So this is very interesting network you have. Is there any way or something like?
No, it's a great question. And I should say, first of all, that we allow each professor or each instructor of the class to determine how they teach their own class. But the really good ones, and most of ours are the really good ones, do look for ways to incorporate into the class material that is relevant to the student body and as examples of what they're teaching, especially in the live sessions that they're running. And we pride ourselves in being a global institution with a global perspective, and so that stuff comes up a lot. One of the things that people don't fully appreciate about the value of online teaching, if you do it really well, is not only are you engaging like we're all doing right now, but just as some of us are, have little side chats going on at the same time, the students are chatting with each other and sharing lessons and sharing ideas. And the way we run our classes is you've got the faculty member there who is live and engaged and talking, but they've got a team of assistants in the room who are also monitoring the chat, and if something really interesting pops up, they can sort of throw it right out to the instructor in real time, and he or she can grab that and run with it and teach on the spot. So the live sessions tend to be very dynamic and very interactive in that way. And so I think we have lots of cases where the discussion will go down a particular path of, here's a great example from Nigeria and what's going on there, or here's an example of how this gets done in Japan, right? That kind of thing happens all the time. So
that's, Kim, you had a question?
Oh, well, actually, a reinforcement statement for Professor Jeff. As always, it's a pleasure to see you.
Nice to see you.
I sit on one of the boards at North Carolina State University, and one of the things that I really try to innovate and speak on is that piece of paper you earn is your best intellectual property anyone could get you, because it took this and this, and that was what makes it unique. It makes it yours, and nobody can take it from you. That piece of paper, no one can take it from you. But don't let it stop there. Do not let your education stop just because you have probably the best key in the world to open up a lot of doors. And one of the things I learned in my career was my continued education, whether I went to learn another language so that I could communicate with the Japanese when I was working with them, or whether I went to learn how to engineer broadband and write better books and write better white papers. Because like you said, every day things change. And that change is something new that you can learn. And when you learn it, you do it. And after you do it, you teach it. And if we all learn these things, it becomes a great cycle. But don't let your education stop because you think you know it all. And this is something else I tell people and speak on. If I'm the smartest person in the room, I need to change my room.
Yeah, go into a different room.
If I'm sitting there thinking, wow, I'm the smartest person here, it's time to change. And one of the most empowering moments for me was when I got the opportunity to speak at North Carolina State University's 2018 commencement. I was sitting at the front, and I'm sitting here going, oh my God, I feel so awkward because all of these smart people are here. Like, uber smart, all of these brains who just learned all of this stuff this year and they're graduating with all of this amazing stuff. They're so much smarter than me. I need to go back to school. I mean, because I could hear, all the things that they're buzzing about. But to me, there's nothing better than having that piece of paper. I always pick on there. I don't have a PhD. That's something I need to sit down and make myself do, because truly without a PhD, you don't have the credibility that the world expects.
Hey, but Sharif has a PhD. Maybe you can go borrow his. I have a JD, and so does Dr. Bill.
Yeah.
Well, there are lots of paths to do it. I apologize, but I'm going to have to
go.
I'm in a couple of minutes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
always
you so much for having me here.
And, pleasure.
And Nick, we'll be in touch about some of those entrepreneurs coming out of.
Yeah, I think the entrepreneurship would be really great. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Dr. Brown. Thank you. Yes.
Every time I see him, I go, I need to go register for school.
So do I. I was going, wait, I don't know anything.
When we watch Vivian, I need to go eat Chinese.
It was funny because when Magnus Carlsen, who is the world chess champion, gets in a room with the people that were doing TED Talks, at the end they say, Magnus, what do you think about the TED Talks? Magnus says, I don't know anything. Because all these people were talking about all these subjects that they knew a lot about. They were subject matter experts. And he goes, well, I'm maybe the world chess champion, the best world chess champion ever, but I don't know all this other stuff. I mean, there's a lot to learn out there. And the MBA program is a great program for people who don't get involved in that. It's something that if somebody hasn't got the MBA, it's valuable because you can use it in a lot of different areas of your life. It's one of the best programs out there. So at IBM TV, we support the MBA program, and they're doing it internationally, which is one reason University of Illinois, we like to bring them on, because Sharif, people in we had some PhD students in India, Malaysia, and around the world on your show. A lot of those people, they don't even know there's an opportunity out there that they could actually get an MBA from the University of Illinois and not have to leave their home country, because that's the real problem. Having to pack up, leave, go over there, sit, study for a year, leave your business and family, a big hassle. It's much easier just to turn on the internet and go to school while you're on the internet. I think that's certainly a great thing to do. And I'm glad that Jeff showed up. I want to bring him in before we get into a heated discussion about Trump and taxes, which take place.
We had the warm up. Bill.
Yeah, we have to warm. Well, we did a warm up this morning. That was supposed to be on economics, but we somehow digested
economics.
taxes. But this afternoon, starting around noon, David K. Johnston's going to join us around noon.
Finally,
and then what we're going to have is a whole lineup of subject matter tax experts are going to be showing up. From what I've seen, because I know these people, they sit on the right side of the equation. So I'm going to bring them on the right side of the equation. As a matter of fact, we're going to need our token people on the left. They're going to find out they're outnumbered tremendously. I may have to move to the left to help them out a little bit. So I'm an attorney. Hey, Bill, I have no problems arguing the other way.
I'm not a right winger. I'm actually a centrist. I really am a centrist.
Okay, we'll put you in the center here.
Like I believe in fairness.
There's no room for the center in this debate, Shakeel. Sorry, the center is taken. So you're gonna have to sit on the right-hand side of this equation.
Have you chosen what side you're on?
What?
Has Sasha chosen what side he's on?
Oh, Sasha?
Yeah.
Well, let's ask Sasha what he thinks about Donald Trump. He is a Canadian. He's from Russia. Let's hear his unbiased opinion on Donald Trump, listening to a real Canadian from Russia. And you know how much the Russians love Trump. So go ahead, Sasha.
He is Canadian. How do the Ukrainians feel, Sasha?
Well, are we talking about Russians' love for Trump? Well, okay, it's probably the greatest love poem of the last 2,000 years. They just, I don't think that Americans love Trump as much as Russians do. I think if it would be a contest, Russians would win 9-1, probably even bigger score than that. In Canada, people, I don't know, for some reason they don't love Trump so much. Because of his erratic style of government and all this noises about additional tariffs on aluminum and then walking away from those tariffs and so on. So there's nothing to be impressed about in that direction. Well, now that he's got infected with coronavirus, I think it's quite distasteful to talk bad about Trump. So, like about dead people, you either don't talk at all about them or say only good things, right? Because there are no good things to talk about Trump overall. So you just say no comments. What else can you do?
Well, it seems to me, Sasha, why, if Russia loves Trump and they have the vaccine, why didn't they offer him the Sputnik vaccine?
Well, the first name for that vaccine was Novichok 2, and it was supposed to be taken with T. And now they have Sputnik, which can be taken without T. So, of course, I'm surprised that they didn't provide Trump with some of the samples. At least he would at liberty, or his doctors would be at liberty to recommend it. Anyway, I think Trump is his best doctor anyway. I think he dictates his doctors what to say, when to say, and whatever. So he would just tell them to direct him to take this Sputnik vaccine just to make Putin, to please Putin and to show respect for him.
Okay, Sasha, if I could ask you this. Where do you come down on it? Let me just ask you piece by piece, if I may. First, do you think that the United States government has to raise more revenue to deal with its financial obligations as a general point?
Well, I think your question is loaded. It's not as simple as it sounds, because I was listening to some of your discussions earlier in the day. There are actually several issues. One of them, for example, loopholes existing that the very wealthy people and corporations, or including, by the way, Trump probably, that there are certain loopholes that allow them either not to pay any taxes or pay as little as was $750 occasionally here and there. Actually, I'm surprised. Why $750? Why he wouldn't pay $850? So what he was fighting for $100? I mean, it's insane. It doesn't make any sense to me. However, the bigger issue is that, as we know, most Americans, they don't have even like $400 if they need it right away to pay something. Or actually, they're unable to pay rent or mortgages, period. So, to answer the issue about what Trump raised during debates, that people are not learning about tax codes, well, it's a very interesting observation. Obviously, these people who don't have $400 cash, they don't need to learn anything about tax codes, right? Yeah. Because those who can and should pay, they learn the tax codes, paying as little as $750 or no taxes at all. And as we know, the biggest corporations keep their dollars, millions, billions of dollars abroad and don't pay taxes anyway. So, okay, so the picture is this, is the way I see it. The US debt is quickly approaching $30 trillion. And with decaying infrastructure, social unrest, easy people's access to arms and ammunition, plus a charlatan in the White House as the president. What do you think is the future of a country like this? Where is it going to? I think that the ability, I don't really see why the ruling class abolish all the loopholes unless they would be forced to do it.
Well, I really love loopholes, but there's somebody backstage who may not like loopholes very much, and he's joining us, David K. Johnston. David, welcome to the show. You're going to need a lot of help on today's show because we have a lot of tax people coming in, and I can tell you they do not sit on the side of abolishing loopholes. That's for sure.
Thank you, Shaq. It's the first one.
All the loopholes, in my opinion, are still unfair because, look, people like Donald Trump were forced to pay $750 2 years in a row. And I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
Well,
hang on.
He got good tax.
Okay, people next time they go down to the shopping center and you get like those kids that do your taxes for $99, right? And other people spend $1 million. If you spend $1 million on someone to do your taxes, you want some deduction.
Look at his return and see how much he spent on legal fees and accounting fees.
Oh my God! Here we are again. Here we are again with the poor working class trust fund babies. David, I have been holding up the fort against overwhelming odds here at the ramparts. They've had as many as 7 people against me. I'm glad to see you. Please, will you help me? Help them help themselves. We need to close loopholes, raise revenues, so that we can deal with this economy. David, please.
Well, okay. So can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
One of the fundamental ideas that we've sold in America now for more than 40 years is that higher taxes are always bad and lower taxes are always good. And let me give you a good example of why that can be true, but it can also be utterly and completely wrong. If we spent more tax dollars on healthcare and had a universal healthcare system like the French and the Germans do, which are superior to the US system by far, every medical sociology test shows that their health status is better, it would, although we would pay more taxes, it would save so much money that we could eliminate income taxes on the first $500,000 of income in the United States. Then if we went and addressed all the examples of where people don't have to report their income, my guess is we could say the income tax starts at $1 million a year, which makes it what it's supposed to be, a tax on what in 1913 was called surplus incomes. Now, Kimberly very nicely has put up the headline on my op-ed in today's LA Times. And this is a piece about how in America we have defunded the tax police. Last year in America, there were 154 million people in round terms. This actually includes couples. So 154 million taxpayers who filed a tax return, and there were 530 tax fraud convictions. Basically, we have stopped enforcing the tax law against people other than wage earners and pensioners like me, where we can't cheat if we want to because our taxes are taken out before we get our money, and Congress has taken away almost all of our deductions. We're down to about 10% of Americans itemizing deductions, and almost all of those are very high income people.
And that's what we need to start addressing more in our policies. Again, this is what I tell people. It's not so much about adjusting the taxes and charging more or making the rich pay more. It's just about adjusting the policies, making them leveraged and more fair, because it's the middle class, hardworking Americans who are stretched thin, that pay the most, that don't have the opportunity to use these. This is what I was telling people. When Trump said that you were stupid for not using these tax laws, it's not that you were stupid for not using them. They don't exist for you. Trust me, I know. I mean, the middle classman, working class person, if you try to use these tax laws, they're going to come down on you. No.
Well, you can't. As a practical matter, Kimberly, you can't, because the things that people like Donald Trump and Warren Buffett and Jack Welch and other people I've written about are able to do. The guy who ran Sprint, who got a $250 million fortune and then trying not to pay his taxes, bought a lousy tax shelter and went bankrupt. The devices that are available out there, while technically open to anyone, they have costs to them. Yes. And the costs are the equivalent of many years' income for the typical American. We really have made a fundamental error in the U.S., and there's a corrective that we need to have that'll bring about a lot of tax revenue and make a healthier society. We've had 40 years now of supply-side economics. The argument back in 1980 was, we don't have enough capital. There was a group called Capital Formation for America or something like that. The constant drumbeat was that we didn't have enough capital. Well, we now have so much capital. We are living in an era of the lowest interest rates in the history of the world. Mm-hmm. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Money, one of the risks we're running right now is that we could enter a deflation, which would be a real serious problem. It's much harder to get out of a deflation than an inflation. What we need are demand-side economics. Chevrolet can't sell any more cars because nobody can afford to buy more cars. The Georgia carpet companies can't sell more carpet because people can't afford to buy carpet. And here's a number that should really shock you that I computed last night. From 1973, that was the peak year of union membership in America as a share of workers. 37% of workers were in unions, which means about 80% of workers benefited from union contracts because unions set a floor and competitors had to meet that. They just avoided the union work rules, which is really what most employers don't like. It's the union work rules. It's not the money. Well, from 1973 to 2018, 45 years I picked because we have our 45th president, the income of people in the bottom 90% went down. It went down 4%. It went down about $1,600. People in the 1% of the 1%, the oligarch class that starts at $10 million of income, here's how much their income went up. It's $30 million, but this is the way to think about it. For every dollar that each person in the 90% lost, people in the top got $19,000 more income. And that's what's wrong, is this imbalance where we have people up here with more money than they have any idea what to do with. We literally have at least one couple in America who own his and her Boeing 747 personal planes. What we don't have is enough money in ordinary households. Most people in this country, a majority of people in this country, can't come up with $1,000 for an emergency, and about 40% can't come up with $400. That's the problem. So we need to develop policies that will increase incomes. And how do we do that? Well, unions probably aren't going to work in the kind of new environment we have. We don't live in an industrial economy, but the government can set minimum wages of $15 or $20 an hour. It can demand those kinds of wages of, say, banks that are licensed institutions. It can adopt a massive infrastructure spending program, which, by the way, I recommended Donald Trump promoted in his campaign and then never did. He never did it. It should have been the first thing he did, because the Democrats would have to fall over on him. And we need to put money into science, into higher education, and that will create a virtuous circle of increasing demand. Interest rates will go up, no question that they will go up. But instead of all this cash that's useless, it will be useful.
Can I just address a couple of things there, David? So, as I was explaining to Bill before, I do have an issue, especially after having read some of your book today and some other comments that I've read in the last week. I don't have a problem with there needing to be more support for people at the bottom. I think that dealing with poverty is a serious issue. I don't think that raising marginal rates of tax is going to help to get that desired solution, because it hasn't really worked like that before.
Actually, it worked wonderfully when we did it.
Well, we can come back to that. I don't think it ever has, but we'll come back to that. The second thing I'll just say is, when it comes to things like, okay, let's just increase the minimum wage. Well, why not make it $500 an hour? I mean, this sort of idea that it is because people have so much money that poor people exist. I just don't see that's true. So what if they've got 2 planes? So what if somebody can afford to spend $700 million?
Okay, Shaq, Shaq,
being poor.
Shaq, I think you're raising a very good point. I don't want to take away somebody having 2 planes, but I also don't want them to be able to do it because they're paying little or no tax. That's the underlying connection here. So let me point out that in the United States, prior to Ronald Reagan, we effectively, through our tax system, limited people's incomes to, in today's money, about $5 or $6 million of spendable cash a year, because we had such high marginal rates. And what happened when we did that was, if you were the owner of a business and you were going to make $8 million, what would turn out to be $8 million the next year, except the government would take a large portion of it as taxes, is you reinvested in the business. And so we began to see businesses withdrawing capital from their businesses. And when you withdraw capital, not in any particular enterprise, but overall in the society, you are reducing jobs. And we got rid of unions by taking away the collective power of workers to negotiate as a group. Almost all workers are a commodity. Newspaper reporters are a commodity. A few people like me, because of our talent, were able to negotiate a premium. But we can get paid anywhere near our contribution to the enterprise. Mm-hmm. And if you're a police officer or a secretary or a lineman for a utility company, you don't have any bargaining power. You're replaceable. There are plenty of people who you can be replaced with, and they can train somebody to replace you in a relatively quick time.
David, sorry, if I just quickly say though, but unions also have the effect of excluding other people that weren't in the union into jobs, right?
No, not in the U.S. You cannot exclude someone. The union has to take everybody who's hired. They're required by law.
No, that's not what I said. Because unions were designed to protect their own membership, that had an effect because they have raised the marginal rate. They increased the wage rates. It had the effect of excluding some minority groups from entering the workforce in the first place because they didn't have the skills that they needed. I mean, we can't have things both ways.
No. Actually, not with regard to unions, because that's why unions step in and they have training funds and a bunch of other services and activities that actually educate. And that's why they start as apprentices, because it's a program in various crafts and various unions. Laborers. Go ahead, David.
Bill, Shaq has a point. I mean, some unions, not all of them, but particularly construction trades and heavy equipment unions, found various tools to keep them white and male. That's absolutely true, and that's a shortcoming of the law, not of the general practice. The union I was involved with for many years, the Newspaper Guild, they took everybody who came along. We had almost no paid staff. Volunteers did most of the show. I mean, you had to have some secretaries and things, and there'd be an officer in each local, but often that person was a volunteer. I'm not arguing the union laws were perfect, but in America at least, when you had a union shop, anybody who was hired had to be brought into the shop. And when, for example, the auto companies came under pressure for being almost all white and began hiring minorities, everybody was accepted into the union. Now, my only point is that, and I'm following the teachings of Pope Francis here, who I think is correct about this. There is no economic justice without a union, because people with capital have all the power, and people who are looking for work have to eat, so they will accept almost anything if they're desperate.
No,
David, you can flip this around and make it an argument as to why we shouldn't have equality. I mean, by women entering the workforce, we've doubled the workforce, so therefore labour becomes cheaper. I would never make that argument, but
I made that argument. That's what we did.
Well, I would. You made a very good point before. You said that right now, if you're going to go down the monetarist theory, for example, that you say increase the money supply, that'll solve all the problems. Clearly, that's not working right now. We're entering into different times. I think we're going to need to have some new economic theories. But let me just ask you this question. Instead of just continually hitting the rich to pay more and more taxes and saying you've got to pay your fair share without any definition of what is actually fair, what's wrong with broadening the tax base a bit? California has this problem where they charge enormously high levels of tax on the rich, on the very wealthy. And so what happens is if the market turns down, their revenues precipitously drop, but then they flip when the markets are doing well. Why not just broaden the tax system, broaden the base?
Okay.
I
want to get to you, but I just want to put this in context. Just so, once again, I feel like I'm a school marm. And that is simply this, that what Shaq is talking about is that the proposal, at least from the Biden campaign, is talking about raising the tax rate from 21 to 28%. Now, that is hardly confiscatory. It is from 21 to 28. And so that's not like constantly going after the rich, like we're just taking away their planes, their trains, and their automobiles. It is rather saying that we're going to close some loopholes, change some things. Maybe Nick will have less clients, but it seems to me that if I say, let's move from 21 to 28, that I am not saying I'm coming in and I'm going to sack your house like, the Mongols are invading.
Bill, what you're saying is the economy balanced, and so what we should do is do the opposite and move back towards 35. Let's go halfway between 21 and 35.
Okay, and I hate to use a Ronald Reagan line on you because I know he's your hero, and I'm not gonna. I have high regard for my colleague Shakeel. I will not use his youth and inexperience against him in this. That Shakeel, you hadn't been around because the tax rates were as high as 70% when Kennedy began to cut them. We are now at 21%. We're talking about going to 28%. Okay.
Well, I'll respond to that. I'll let David go, and then I'll respond to this nonsense about how great the economy was during the 50s.
So first of all, let me be clear about something. I believe that we should eliminate the corporate income tax. There was a time when it was very necessary, and it is still very necessary in countries without developed economies. If you're Honduras or even Argentina, you need to have a corporate income tax to bring in government revenue because you don't have a well-developed private financial sector with the necessary capacity to collect taxes from the people. But in the United States and other developed countries, the OECD countries, I think we should eliminate the corporate income tax. Now, you can't just repeal it, because if you repeal it, what's going to happen is companies like Apple is the one that showed us the way. What they're going to do is take all this untaxed extra money that they don't need at the moment and put it in a corporate mattress somewhere and not reinvest it in the economy. And the reason that we allow corporations with their limited liability is to encourage risk-taking and investment in economic growth. So you have to go back to the original 1909 rules in the United States, for which multinationals are now exempted, but domestic companies are not, that you have to, when you earn a profit, either pay the money to your owners as dividends, pay it to your employees as salary, or reinvest it in the business. You cannot build up these vast stores of cash. Remember, at one point, Apple had, I think it was $282 billion of cash, which is way beyond anybody's need. So I would eliminate the corporate income tax and replace it with something better, this system I just described, okay? Because there are all sorts of distortions with the corporate income tax, and I believe the evidence is that the incidence of the tax, who actually bears the cost of the tax in the current environment, are workers. It's the workers who are bearing it through wages being pushed down. Now, having said that, the whole concept of an income tax, which is an ancient concept, it goes back to Hammurabi's time, to the Old Testament, is that the greater your income, the larger the share you pay to the government. And I'm not arguing for 91% rates. I think that was just crazy to go to 91%.
Right.
But as your income rises, rates should rise, and we should eliminate these devices that mixed clients make use of, for example, that allow you to multiply limits and to go, not a mixed clients, and that allow you to defer into the future. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. If you can defer a tax for 30 years, it's the functional equivalent of never paying it, assuming you invest the money.
Nick?
And basic tax advice that people get. So I think we need that's why this next book I'm doing is going to lay this out. It's much simpler and easier to do. But governments have to have revenue. You know, remember what the founder of modern conservatism, Edmund Burke, wrote in 1793. The revenue of the state is the state, or as I put it, a government is its taxes. And we are way overspending because we're not taxing ourselves enough. And we're putting too much of the burden down the income ladder and not enough of it up the income ladder. And I say this partly, Shaq, from, you know, I have my social circle, much to my surprise, but because of my wife's job, people who are multi-billionaires and lots of centimillionaires. And, you know, after they've had a scotch or so at the club, they start telling you stories, and they've just got more money than they can invest. They don't know what to do with it. The most recent thing I've been hearing from people is, don't leave your kids more than $4 million. $4 million is a real good cushion.
That's pretty good.
But you know, if you get above that, they won't work. They'll have a miserable life.
But you know what? When it comes to wealthy people, obviously I know quite a lot. I think that looking after their kids and making sure their kids aren't just going to be rich bums is something that is a concern for a lot of them.
Yeah.
However, if I choose to give my child a whole heap of money, it's my money. I earned it.
Sure.
And I should be able to choose to do that.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
after you pay your taxes.
Right.
And we're going to be talking.
But David, that's for someone like myself, that's the whole issue. I used this example before you came on. If I personally, because I'm a market trader, right? So my profits are fast, my losses are fast. Okay. So if I personally were to earn $100 million this year coming up, I'm going to pay close to half of it if I'm taxable in Australia, which I'm not. But if I was taxable in Australia, I'd pay about half of it. If I was taxable in the US, I'd pay about half of it because I've earned the money. Warren Buffett, on the other hand, if his assets increased or only increased by 100 million, he wouldn't pay that. Even if he liquidated, he would get the long-term capital gains rate. He's not going to liquidate it, he's going to borrow. So if we're going to talk about tax fairness, there's no fairness in looking at the top 1% and saying, well, all these people are dodging their taxes. Because here's the reality.
They're not.
Exactly, but that's what the impression is a lot of people have. And when people try to suggest that the wealthiest 1% or even the wealthiest 10% are doing that, you know, when you have people like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren who talk about the wealthy never end up paying the tax, so let's just increase the headline rate. Here's the real problem with that. What it does is it causes someone like me to say, I either have to choose to pay more tax than I was otherwise intended to pay, or I have to use loopholes to get my tax below what I should otherwise have paid.
So Shaq, right? I have a lot of sympathy for Shaq. I have a lot of sympathy for your point, and I think this is a function of tax design. So let me tell you what my system does. Under my system, as long as your money stays in your LIA, your lifetime investment account, LIA, LIA, there's no tax. When you withdraw there is tax the same way there's tax on my pension check when I withdraw the money from the pension plan, okay? But so long as you keep the money in your wealth account, it's there. However, under current American law, if you give away money, you can give away 60% total, it used to be 50, in a combination of cash and securities, and offset your other income. And when you die, you can give away 100% and pay no tax. I would put the same rules for lifetime giving as death giving, and I would limit you to 10%. You can give away 10% every year and deduct that. Anything above that, it's after tax, and you give it away. You can give away all you want to charity, but you got to pay tax on 90% of your income.
Yeah, and with that, I'd like to
that I would support, because that sounds like another way of having a consumption tax, essentially. That's a rich people.
And by the way, in many ways, what I do is propose what is a form of a consumption tax on an income base. That's right. But I allow you on your wealth to defer it until you die. But two things: when you die, except for your spouse being able to carry it over, and if your spouse remarries, they'll only carry over their LEA, not their late spouse member's LEA. So you get one delay. When it's paid out, you're going to pay it whatever the marginal rate is. So let's assume you hit the jackpot, Shakeel, over the years, and you leave a $10 billion fortune. If you hit, and you had a bunch of kids like me, 8 kids, right? And if you doled your money out over time to your kids, you pay a lower tax rate because you'll pay the tax and then give the money to your kids after tax. If you wait till the last moment and you leave the 10 billion and the marginal rate is at the highest rate, you're going to pay a heavier tax. You're going to make a choice about, how do I want to give my kids their money and when? And there are no loopholes here. There's no getting out of this thing. You could buy life insurance if you want.
Let me ask you a question here. That sounds closer to what I think would be fair. It's probably one of the better systems I've heard. What would you do though if I've created the next super pen or something, and the company's share price has gone up dramatically? Then my kids are going to have to sell their shares. What if I've bought a house? So we saw this in British aristocracy, where they've lost all the castles and big corporations own them because the aristocracy have had to pay taxes and land and all that.
The principle is you make money, you got to pay taxes. But if it's wealth and you haven't touched the wealth, you don't have to pay on it until you withdraw. When you withdraw, and death is a withdrawal event, you pay capital gains taxes. And we have the same rates, by the way. Once you get rid of corporate income tax, all income can be taxed at the same rate.
And now I'd like to do some introductions, if we can have a minute. We had a guest just joined us, and we're at 1:30 right now, Eastern time, 1:30 p.m. Malaysian time. We have Sasha Starr, who runs Investing with Sasha from Toronto, Canada. David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times best-selling author, also a professor at Syracuse University Law School. He's the guy in red with all the tax advice. Dr. Bill Trezevant, who runs American Politics at IBM TV. Kimberly Calhoun, who is the vice chair of the computer science department at North Carolina State University. Shakeel, Latimer, whose claim to fame is he's a billion-dollar investment manager in Sydney, Australia, but actually his funds are in Singapore and Liechtenstein. And who's just joined us is Mitch Franklin, who's a professor of accounting, PhD, CPA at Lemoyne College, I believe in New York. Is that right?
In Syracuse. Yeah.
In Syracuse.
Oh, wow. So you guys know each other, then. You know David?
I used to be at SU before Lemoyne, so I've heard the name for over a lot, and a lot of my students have taken your class, Dave. So. Oh,
really? Okay, but you also teach with me at Northeastern. We've been tandem teaching the retirement planning class for 10 years now, except for this year because we get this year off thanks to coronavirus. But Bill has made a statement earlier in the program about increasing the marginal tax rate, which I don't have a problem with, but then eliminating the loopholes and deductions like retirement plans, which I have a problem with. What are your thoughts of this increase of marginal tax rates, Mitch, and then eliminating the loopholes and deductions?
I mean, I guess there's a lot of different things that have to go into this picture, and I think it's what truly is eliminating tax rates. I think the more simple we are, the better off we are. I think one of the big problems that we have right now is that the system is just so complicated in a lot of cases, when you think you've lowered tax rates, you really haven't lowered tax rates. I mean, one example that I like to give is, you look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and you look at states like New York, where we've been very heavily hit in terms of what our state and local tax reduction is, and everybody thought in New York State that well, because of the state and local tax reduction, we're all going to pay much more, in taxes. But it turns out when you look at a lot of individuals who lost their state and local tax deduction, for the most part, they're not paying AMT, so in the end they're still paying less. So I think in theory it makes sense as long as everything is cut, as long as it's all done, I guess you could say, across the board, and all these loopholes are taken away. But right now the system is so complicated and there's so many loopholes. And then on top of all that, you have the fact that the current tax system is sunset in a couple of years. So what in the world are we going to do all these people right now who are planning for one thing, and then depending on what happens with the election, what's going to happen if the sunsets and goes back to the way it was? So I think it's great theory, but there's just so many things that have to be worked out. And as a teacher, it keeps me up at night and raises my blood pressure.
I'm sorry.
Go on, David.
Well, that's why the whole principle of the new book I'm doing is that our tax system was designed for an industrial economy more than 100 years ago. That economy doesn't exist anymore. In 1913, 40% of Americans were still on the farm. How many of you were on a farm? I was on one as a boy. We were farmers. We were orange rangers. Mm-hmm. And the system was designed and built around an agricultural industrial economy that we don't live in anymore. And so simplicity is the first rule, because complexity is the friend of tax avoidance that's lawful and the tax evasion that's unlawful. The second is a dollar is a dollar is a dollar. Just as Boskin once famously said, we don't care if you're making potato chips or microchips, we're going to tax you the same. And then marginal rates, that is an ancient principle. One of the things I hear from religious people all the time is, the Bible calls for a 10% tithing. No, it doesn't. The Old Testament had rates from minus, like we have with the earned income tax credit, to as high as 22%. The wealthier you were, the more you paid. And there have been some excellent analysis of this by, among other people, Adam Chodorow, who teaches at the Sandra Day O'Connor Law School in Arizona. And so marginal higher tax rates as your income goes up are hated by people who have very large incomes, but they're entirely economically reasonable. The thing we need to be careful about is we do need to have capital formation. We do want to have wealth. So, yeah, Shakeel, you caught on to the conceit of my system. Ultimately, you withdraw, you pay tax, and at the end of the day, when you die, that's a withdrawal event, and we settle up with you.
Well, the one thing I'll just say though, David, is in relation to assets, because I don't think it's fair for a family asset that somebody's worked very hard to give the asset to their child to be taken off them. I think that there needs to be some mechanism to make sure that people aren't going to have to lose the asset because of taxes. But also, one of the issues that I would have, look, I know that Milton Friedman used to say corporations don't pay tax no matter what rate you put on them. The people do, either shareholders or the consumers. But if you are going to eliminate corporations or go down your what you've said, what about international investors? Because one of the big reasons why the US is such a big economy is because a lot of international money comes in. Mm-hmm. As it stands right now, there are a lot of taxes that you in America would have to pay if you buy and sell shares in America, whereas I buy and sell them, the rates of tax that I'm going to have to pay are going to be different because of tax treaties and things like that. So to fix the American system, and if the rest of the world was to model on the American system, how would you deal with international investors that are coming from more tax-friendly jurisdictions?
That's a very important point, Shakeel. First of all, if the U.S. eliminates the corporate income tax, the immediate effect, I believe, will be a lot of capital flowing into the U.S., but I also would expect that other countries will fall in line. In fact, I frankly hope they do. I hope we get a much more uniform worldwide system. We need to have, and American conservatives particularly are greatly offended at the notion that we should have somehow integrated our laws with other countries. We all live on the same planet, and I think we need to set up systems that recognize that we're all part of one planet. And if to some degree your tax system's particular rules favor or disfavor capital, you'll see a result from it, and you can see reactions to it. The Germans have a very good idea. They have something they call ordo liberalism. It's named for a magazine, Ordo. It's like Kodak. It's a meaningless word. And their theory is that the market and the people with money will best decide how to deploy capital. But they also will constantly game the system for their benefit and to shortchange the government and their competitors. So the government's job is to intervene and keep leveling the playing field. Every time somebody figures out how to tilt the playing field a little bit, the government has to come in and level it back out. And the simpler the rules are, the easier it is to keep a level playing field. And then you have to back that up with serious enforcement, which is why my piece in the LA Times today about how we defunded the tax police focuses on the fact that 530 convictions for tax fraud in the whole country last year. And what the Times cut out of the piece for length was that most of those were drug dealers and politicians who took bribes. There is no serious effort in the United States to pursue high-level tax cheating. It's just evasion. It isn't connected to drugs and isn't connected to corruption.
And the other
Some of that funding may have been as a Republican revenge for the IRS going after conservative and Republican.
Which it never did, by the way. That's a completely false thing. Just let me be clear. No, Shakeel, I've written about this.
I'm hearing about it from Australia. Something happened.
No, I know. Every news organization got this wrong. The IRS person who ordered the Be on the Lookout is a conservative Republican. And they went after as many liberal groups too. The only groups that lost their tax exempt status were liberal groups, the only ones. And the way and what happened is a member of Congress, Darrell Issa, ordered up a report from the Inspector General, and he said, "I only want to know about conservative groups." Mm-hmm. So we got this one-sided report. And the herd, the news often operates as a herd, and the news herd got going on this story, which was fundamentally wrong. And I and other people have repeatedly written about the fact that it's fundamentally false. I know everybody believes it, but it's a myth that's not true. And the other thing to think about is, why did this manager do what he did? Well, if you go to a building inspector and want to put up a new building, and the building inspector in his professional judgment after looking at it says, this building will fall down or it's a fire trap, they're going to throw the plans back at you. Well, many of these plans that were turned in on their face declared they were going to violate the law. They said, we're going to support Republican candidates, or we're going to support Democratic candidates. That's fun. That means you're announcing you're going to violate the law. That's who they went after. So yes, I understand, Shakeel. Everybody thinks that because the news reports in every place, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. I've written in the Columbia Journalist Review about it. I've been on TV about it. I've written in tax notes about it. I have lectured about this, that it is absolutely false. But once the herd gets something going, it's almost impossible to fix it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you're a reporter, you're an investigative journalist, right? So you're brilliant at working this stuff out. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't have the time or interest to learn and read.
Right. And the one thing I really want to add to this discussion is, listening to what everybody's saying here, as I'm coming in and going on to what I said at the beginning, is the people who have the money, the people who are always under the rate, on that target right now for not paying what is supposedly a fair share. These are very often the brightest people, and they understand the system. And when they see the dysfunction that we have in Washington, D.C. right now, no matter how good a policy is that gets passed right now, they know that the probability that's going to change in 4 or 5 years down the road is near 100%. So nobody's going to bring their money back here right now with the dysfunctional mess that we have in Washington. And I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. So I think everything that we're talking about here is great. We have to clean up Washington and stop this, conservatives going after liberal going after conservative. Until that's stopped, I think this is all just a lot of great discussion. But
and Mitch, the dumb ones with money hire Nick to help him work around the law because he's smart.
Well, every time you talk about eliminating loopholes, you're talking about eliminating my job, and I'm going like, no, wait a minute. They're not really loopholes. When Bill comes back again, what they are they're tax advantaged places. They're putting the code to promote public policy. Yeah. So, for example, where I work in retirement plans, the reason why it's deductible from federal income tax, state income tax, Social Security tax, and Medicare tax, they're trying to encourage people to save for retirement. And even today, even with all those tax savings, it's still very difficult for people to take their hard-earned funds and put it into a retirement plan. Now, why is it? Because we're consumption mode. I want the new car, and the new car today is $40,000. I want the cell phone. The cell phone is also very expensive. I want. And so what happens is people end up spending money rather than saving money. And then they say, well, the only way you can save money is to increase people's taxes, or what you have to do is bring another person who thinks like I do onto the show. And that's Becket Cantley, a professor actually at Northeastern University. And Becket, who's a JD.LM attorney. Welcome to the show. I guess you're doing a out and about.
Yeah,
Professor Cantley.
We're looking at houses and we're just doing a pit stop.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about Trump and taxes. We know that Professor Cantley, he spent $750 in taxes. So the solution is to increase the marginal rate and eliminate the deductions. Would you say that that is a good form of policy?
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Sure. Yeah. I mean, come on. Why not? And when you have business losses, you definitely should never be able to roll them over. If you can't take them in the year when you had a complete loss, then they should just go away, right? I mean, Trump's taxes are not that complicated based on what the New York Times reported. They're just they don't like them.
Well, and Becket, you may not know this. I brought this up on previous shows. 4 years ago, I broke the story that Donald had 2 civil tax fraud trials. He lost them both. The LA Times, in the piece I have in today, very carefully edited out the word fraud, but anybody who reads it should be able to figure out it was fraud. And he just made up out of thin air $600,000 of deductions one year with no receipts or anything. I'm confident that we will find out eventually Donald has continued to do things like that. He's just made things up. I've proven in the past he double deducted things that he shouldn't have done from public records. But we're not enforcing the tax law.
Obviously that's a whole different matter, right? I mean, I'm just going by what the New York Times was reporting direct. So yeah, making up deductions and double counting and all the rest of it, that's a foolish game. So I did not know that. What in particular was the fraud related to specifically? Was it the double deductions, or
what he did was he created a Schedule C. Well, first of all, the first fraud was he took the tax return, his longtime tax lawyer and accountant who'd worked for the family for years, and replaced it with another one, and with a photocopy machine, put the guy's signature on it. And the guy, Jack Mitnick, testified under oath, that's my signature, but I didn't prepare that tax return. So that's number one. But then secondly, he had a Schedule C, and it literally said revenue 0, expenses $622,000. So the auditors from the state and city of New York said, excuse me, please show us your receipts. And he didn't have any, but instead of paying the tax, he demanded they try him civilly. So they did, and he lost.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. I didn't see that case, but I'm going to do quick introductions. David K. Johnston, for those who don't know, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, and a lecturer of law at Syracuse University Law School. We have Bill Trezevant, who's an attorney and runs American Politics on IBM TV. We also have Mitch Franklin, who's a professor at Lemoyne College, a PhD CPA. Sasha Starr, who it runs Investing with Sasha on IBM TV. Shakeel Latimer, who is a billion-dollar fund manager out of Sydney, Australia, but his funds are in Singapore and Liechtenstein for tax reasons. Becket Cantley, who's a professor of tax at Northeastern University and formerly with the John Marshall Law School, and who's just joined us is Blake Christian, who is with HZVT. I think it's the 5th largest CPA firm in the state of California, although he's abandoned California himself and moved to Park City, Utah, but not for tax purposes, right, Blake? That had nothing to do with taxes.
That's one of 5 reasons.
Right. Right. And we're talking about Trump's taxes. And my colleague, Mr. Trezevant, said, well, let's increase the marginal rate and eliminate the loopholes. What do you think about that, Blake?
Oh gosh, I don't like that. I had the pleasure of having Art Laffer as one of my graduate school professors, and he would always say that the best job in the world is to be a congressman, because you enact law, all your constituents complain, and then you come in a couple of years later, fix it, and you're the hero. So that we would be eliminating all of that fun that the Congress people have. I'm a supply side believer, and not just because of Art Laffer. But I will admit that the trickle down theory that kind of goes along with that, I think, is flawed. I've certainly seen over my 40-year career that not every millionaire and billionaire just continues to enrich the people under them and the not-for-profits. But there are, most people, the more money they make, they create more jobs. They swing for the fences in new entrepreneurial businesses, and they are very philanthropic. But it's not a one-to-one ratio of you make more money and it all rolls down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, quickly say something. You talked about the fun that Congress will have, and something that Mitchell had just said a little bit before you came on, which was, liberals will attack the conservatives, the conservatives attack the liberals. One of the reasons why I'm so passionate about making sure that taxes are done properly, fairly, and that everyone's relatively happy with the system is because, in my personal opinion, when politics has become like this across Western countries, wealthy Western countries, what it has done is it has disadvantaged us. It has disadvantaged our future generations, our children and their children, and it has advantaged other countries that perhaps don't have the same sort of freedoms that we hold so dear. So for someone like me, it's really easy because I'm relatively young to just move to another country. But I don't want to have to do that because of overregulation or because of, taxes are just unfair and punitive. So if we don't get it right, how do we maintain our freedoms? That's my personal opinion. I'm passionate about that.
Yes, Bill.
Okay, first, Shakeel, not to seem insensitive, because I really do care about you. I feel your pain. I'm really not.
You feel his pain because he's managing $1 billion. How painful is that?
But I'm really not concerned that American economic policy might, upset your life in Australia on the beaches. What I did was
you're not so unique. I know you Americans think you're really unique, but you're not. We have the same problems in Australia, right? That's why we're your ally, right? The UK has the same issues. Canada has the same issues. I know you guys think you're really unique because you keep winning the World Series and Australia doesn't, but your allies are really similar, Bill. Really?
No.
Yeah. But he's going to move to Switzerland. That's his solution. Get out of the taxes. I'm going to move to Switzerland.
But moving to Switzerland wasn't to avoid taxes. Do you know why I went to Switzerland?
I understand it, but I did want to ask our panel, Blake and Becket, and that is this: that certainly, can we agree that we need at least more revenue for the government in order to begin to attack systemic problems like national debt, in order to avoid structural long-term damage, which is what we're in danger of, some would argue, facing right now. So if we can find common agreement on that, which I hope we can, then the question becomes, what is the best way to raise that revenue in a way that is least damaging to the economy? And it can't simply be that, as my good friend, the one percenter, Nick, was telling me about the poor from the bootstrap trust fund friends of his saying, oh, not us, because it can't be a NIMBY exercise. I mean, each loophole cannot be sacrosanct that it cannot be touched or analyzed or even looked at. And Michael, Dave, Becket, Blake, please, because at some point, somebody's got to say that loophole is not untouchable. If the revenue needs to be raised and the issues need to be addressed, and just one other piece, and then I will be quiet, and that is this, that the experts, when we're looking around the world economy, they are simply suggesting this, that in order for us to begin to crawl out of this, we're going to need a sustained monetary expansionary monetary policy to provide the liquidity, and we're going to need a sustained fiscal expansionary policy for the time being. Now, the question is, where does that money come from? So how do we raise it? What do we close? And what do we do in a way that doesn't offend everybody else, but it provides us with the money that we need in order to provide those two basic things to get the entire economy rolling again in the United States, and then by extension the rest of the world. I will leave it up to those that think that I'm ahead.
Can I respond first from an outside perspective? I'll just say this, outside not of the world but of your country. Can I just say this? I believe, and it seems as though David is suggesting something similar, that you should broaden the tax base. But you can't broaden the tax base without offending a whole heap of people, because 50%, the lower 50% of income earners don't pay anything in the first place. They're effectively getting negative tax because of benefits that they get. So if
actually they do pay, Shaq, about 3.5%. But go ahead.
Yeah, but well, not on a net basis, I don't think. But I'll take it.
3.5%.
So you mentioned one of my more favourite presidents, the one that was around when I was born, Ronald Reagan. I want to ask you a question. When Kennedy, if the 50s were so good as you suggested, what was Kennedy's campaign slogan in 1960?
He's going to reduce the taxes, which was
reduce the tax rate,
70% down to 50%.
Yeah,
no,
70%.
I know, but gentlemen, please. Shakeel, listen, that was a retrospective looking kind of question. I want to get back to the prospective looking question. We have a need in our current economic state and around the globe to raise revenues. The question is, how do we, at least in the United States economy, raise the revenues that are needed in order to fix our economy moving forward on a long-term, stable kind of way without having somebody like my best friend Nick call me the next leader of Venezuela.
So Bill,
let's go to Blake.
Bill, I agree with you 100%. You know, one of the problems is our deficit. You know, we need in our debt load. So I'm with you there. And if I look back to the 2017 Tax Act, the biggest flaw in that structure, I think, is the excessive C Corp tax rate decrease that we had. I think I'm all for it for companies, say, making up to $10 million a year. But, Amazon, Apple did not need a drop in their corporate tax rate down to 21%. And so I would have tiered the tax rates and had the C Corps continue to pay something like in the neighborhood of maybe 28% after they make $50 million or something.
Well, we do have a super low rate, Blake, but it stops at, I believe, $175,000 of profits, and then it's clawed back by $250,000. There's a 15% rate if you have a C Corp, because I had a C Corp with my son, and we only had to pay a 15% rate because we never came close to making $175,000 in profits.
Right. I'm talking, public companies they're paying a flat 21% rate.
Right.
And which is again, does that change the strategies and things of the Amazons of the world? Yes. I mean, we need it at that low to be competitive with other countries. But it's still you don't need that was too much of a giveaway. So that would be the first thing I would do. I don't think the trick is to just tax the rich, because I mean, even a 37% rate, when you couple that with a normal state tax rate, most people are still giving up 40 cents on the dollar, and you start getting towards 50%, and I'd rather be in Australia on the beach with Shakeel, or Singapore, 0 tax rate.
That's where he's the beach. Professor Franklin, yes.
The other thing I want to throw here, it's obviously, I'm not a fan of just tax the rich. I think, you tax the rich, they're just going to find ways to, again, move to Australia, move to Switzerland, wherever. But the one thing that nobody is saying here is they're talking about raise revenues. It's not just to raise revenues. It's also cutting costs. And, I think a tax policy has to not just look at how can you raise revenue, also where can things also be cut at the same time. And that's what nobody's talking about here. because then you're really going to get into the heated political discussion nobody wants to have. But the other thing I'm going to say is most people who say tax rich, most people who, I don't want to pay the tax because I don't want to see it wasted. If I'm somebody who says, well, you're going to tax me more, but look at the cost that you're cutting, it's going to be more of a psychological impact where you might resent it a little bit less, I guess I could say. So this discussion really can't go that much further on revenue raising until first people come back and say, what are we going to cut? What are we going to cut also to balance out and mitigate these increases?
Well, I mean, earlier in the program, and I know you're absolutely right. It's a thicket when you get to the other side. But I would suggest that we go back to what Jimmy Carter proposed, which is zero-based budgeting when we look at the federal budget at the beginning of each year, rather than then coming in and say my budget was $5 million last year. I'm only looking for an increase of $2 million. It's like, no, let's start from scratch each year and justify why you had $5 million to begin with. But you're absolutely right. That gets into a thicket. I'm sorry, David.
I'd like to know what Blake thinks about something we discussed before he came, because he's been traditionally a supply-side advocate. Mm-hmm. My contention is that supply-side economics has scored a grand slam home run. We have so much supply now that what was it called? The American Council for Capital Formation is history, and interest rates are at the lowest rates in human history. And so we have plenty of supply. What we need is a demand side policy now, because people can't buy more Chevrolets, more services, because they don't have the income. In fact, the bottom 90% of Americans in 2018 had 4%, $1,600 less income than in 1973. And that should be our focus now is demand side economics. I wonder what Blake thinks about that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to first go to Mitchell's comment and I agree. The spending needs to get under control. In the public sector, the most offensive thing to me is and I get in arguments all the time with people that work in government, is the super rich pension plans and full medical that they have, and I'm a partner in a large CPA firm. Every dollar that goes into my retirement account is out of my pocket. The employees aren't paying it. When I retire, new partners aren't going to be paying my pension, and they just they don't understand it. And their comeback is, well, we took these jobs in government that pay less than the private sector. That's complete BS. That hasn't been the case for the last 10 or 15 years. Their salaries are commensurate with the private sector these days.
Yeah, government pays competitive pay now.
But they still these, because of the strength of the unions, these guys are still getting all of that. So and when I I can't remember which politician, but they had proposed, let's cut, and actually it was Trump, I think, but even his predecessors, they'd say, let's cut every department, by 2% or something. And everybody just, threw up their hand. You can't do that. It's impossible. It's like our firm, if somebody put a gun to my head, we could cut costs by, 3 or 4%, without missing a beat. Every organization can, especially government agencies. There's so much waste. So
what about supply versus demand? Do we need demand side economics now, Blake?
You have me there. I haven't given that a whole lot of thought. So give me more.
Okay. On a future show, let's talk about that issue of demand side economics. And by the way, one of the areas where we should be seriously looking at cutting is every other military seems to be understanding that cyber warfare is very inexpensive and intelligence is inexpensive, but we're going to build currently 13 more aircraft carrier groups, where the aircraft carrier is $13 billion. There's 20 other ships to build that cost another $50 billion. That's a World War II strategy, because we now have missiles that can take out the whole aircraft carrier battle group with one missile. We need to look forward and rethink things. So I agree with you. We need to do a lot of rethinking about government and how we spend money in the government. And I think people who go to work for the government deserve to have lifetime incomes and decent pensions. But they should be, comparable to what you should expect in the private sector. Why do we have police officers? LAPD, I used to cover the LAPD for the LA Times. LAPD officers can retire at 41 years old with half pay, inflation adjusted for life, and 100% medical care. Really?
Mm-hmm.
41? No.
Right.
You're vested at 41, and will inflation adjust you, and you get to start to collect at 55 or 60 or 65 if you quit at 41.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. It's total mismatch when it comes to the retirement sector, because the government, right now I see the government employees is the best place to go if you can get a job, because they have the best pensions in the world. State and local government employees, federal government employees, but the private sector, a lot of them, they work their butts off and they don't get retirement plans. You either have to make it or break it. You have to work 110 hours to get your company started. And there's no 9-to-5 jobs out there. And those are the people in Washington, D.C., with all due respect, Mr. Trezevant, want to tax. They want to tax the people that work 110 hours a week for the guy that works and give the money.
Nick, there are two reforms, Nick, we could make in private pensions that would make them more viable. The first reform is that the pension plan shouldn't be an asset of a company. It should be just like the 401k plan money. It's a separate asset. But the publicly traded company has to report whatever shortfall is in the plan, and they don't get to pick the rate of return or anything else. We know how to figure out what should really go into the plans, and we've been allowing short changing of these plans in terms of the contributions. And when the chickens come home to roost, the CEO is probably dead so many years later. So take it off the company's books and require just this one line. If there's a shortfall, you report it. It's right in the top of the summary financial statement. And the second would be that if you leave before normal retirement age, your ultimate amount of money you collect is inflation adjusted over time. So you're simply getting in real terms what you would have gotten if you had that number of years of experience at that level of pay, because otherwise the pool of money that was deposited for you becomes a subsidy to the company to put less money in for the future workers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I agree with Bill. One thing is we need those large marginal tax rates, because guys like Shakeel will not contribute to his employees unless there's a big hammer in front of him that says, look, if you don't give your employees money, we're going to tax the bejeevers out of you. Then he'll make the contribution for his employees. That's the practical aspects of it. You need those large marginal tax rates.
Right.
I just say, David, real quick, you talk about the supply side, but I think that right now is a bad example, because supply side's not working right now because there's no demand, there's no supply, everything's locked down. But I do think there probably needs to be a mixture, but I'd still favour supply side over demand side economics.
Okay, well, you see, once again, all that said was that, I'm a supply sider, but right now it's not working. And before, Shakeel, you were advocating we need some new economic theories. Well, if supply side is not working right now, then let's go find the new economic theories in a way that.
I talk about cutting spending. I haven't done so now because we've got the coronavirus. That's why I'm not having a go at the government for spending on it.
Fine.
Well, a lot of areas where we need to increase spending, infrastructure, we desperately need. It is damaging our economy and making it less efficient. If we increased and shifted spending in healthcare, we could have much lower income taxes, as I keep pointing out on this show. We could stop the income tax at $500,000 instead of, as we do now, at $24,000. And there are places where we need to completely rethink the spend side. I mean, Bill, this is fundamental, that you have to look at both sides of the equation. It's very hard to stop spending, though. People are like, oh no, we're getting money for our research, for our this or that.
No, you have to look at both sides, but everybody thinks they're value added. So who's the person who's going to say to somebody, no, you're not value added anymore? And then if you're an elected official, if you're a member of Congress and a big company that's getting a lot of aid, for example, in your area is not valuable, and your aid is cut. Nobody
and I certainly understand that, and all of those are right on point. But we have done it in the past, and we did it with the closing of the military bases. Now, with I believe it was the BRAC commissions, they went around and we went through like 2 or 3 rounds of them. And they said, okay, we're going to take it out of the politicians' hands. We're going to hand it over to this commission. And then they go through a couple of rounds, and then they end up and they say, these are the bases that are going to get closed and taken out. Because you're right. Everybody, Professor Franklin, everybody's going to claim value added, just like everybody's going to claim with the loopholes, NIMBY, not in my backyard. This one is so sacrosanct, so therefore you can't touch this one, and you can't touch this one. And so maybe that is the solution on the cutting portion. However, you still need to reach agreement on the raising of the revenue. But you're absolutely right, and I would agree with you 100%, because structurally, it just seems to me, the long-term health of our economy is tackling this debt issue. Because once it gets out of hand, it is going to be out of hand, and then we won't be in a position to do so. And then at that point, everybody's going to be entrenched. Because
Bill, one thing you should know about the base closings.
Yeah.
The bases were turned over for commercial development. Hamilton Air Force Base in Marin County, the Presidio in San Francisco.
Right.
So the businesses that moved there don't pay property taxes. So George Lucas, who made more money off toys for children than off his movies, moved his Sky Ranch, a magic illumination company, wherever it's called, from tax property in Marin County to the Presidio in San Francisco, where he pays no property tax of any kind. So he made all this money off children, but does not contribute to the education of children in California anymore. And this happened at every one of these bases, some of which are sitting empty. There's a fort here in Western New York, I forget the name of it, that they've never been able to get anything of consequence going. But a lot of them are very busy places, but they were set up as tax avoidance vehicles after the Frank.
You see, listen, right?
By Hollywood liberals who lecture the rest of us about how we should all pay more tax. None of them pay tax. That's exactly what goes on.
Well, they do, but the thing is, for the tax advisors who are on this panel, how many of you had your clients come in and say, hey, Becket, hey, Blake or John, can you show me how to pay more taxes this year?
Only the Clintons who paid way more federal tax than the law required.
No, they never come into our office looking to pay more taxes. They're looking to pay less taxes. I mean, that's the name of the game. And
I always offer them to give me their assets so they don't get taxed from an estate tax standpoint, but I've never had any of them take me up on that. But I try. I keep trying.
Right.
My first tax strategy is always hire professional fees, but nobody accepts that one either.
Right. Oh, increase your professional fees. Yeah, I mean, but that's what people are looking for, is how can they plan their taxes, and these incentives are put in the Internal Revenue Code for a reason. In other words, a way to help reduce people's taxes. And somebody who has also done a lot of planning over the last 40 years, not just I would say not just income tax planning, but also asset protection planning, for those who have ever seen their events, is Don Pendleton. Don, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay, for those who don't know Don, he runs the Asset Foundation out of Salt Lake City, and before that was the Jay Mitten seminars, who started like 40 years ago around the country to show people how to protect their assets from attorneys and lawsuits and bankruptcy, as well as tax planning. So Don, welcome to the show. And I guess your seminars are still going on, aren't they? 40 years later, you're still doing presentations, right?
Yeah, we're doing them Zoom now. We're not doing a lot of live seminars this year, but yes, right. we continue to do seminars and teach people how to
and
separate assets.
You also invited one of the former senior trial attorneys to our show. We're going to bring him in, Scott Estel. Welcome to the show. Yes, I guess you spent a lot of time with our friends, or used to spend a lot of time with our friends at the Internal Revenue Service, right, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely, and try not to get in their crosshairs too much, but good background, understand the IRS from the inside, and give it to be able to help people on the outside. And then with my background, I guess.
Yeah. Now you used to work for the Internal Revenue Service. Our friends at the IRS, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. I was a senior trial attorney for the IRS back in Chicago, back in the early '90s, and left the IRS in '95 just to see the other side and kind of get more into the planning and the fighting on the other side.
Okay, so are you familiar with Donald Trump? And he had apparently some civil tax issues years ago.
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, I never had anything to do with Mr. Trump. I kept busy with all the the issues in Chicago, because we did have a few crime issues going on back then as well. So we had a lot of fun with doing a lot of criminal and civil fraud issues. Just you can imagine what goes on in Chicago, right?
Yeah, I don't want to imagine what goes on in Chicago. So what do you do? What do you do right now since you left our friends at the IRS? What do you do?
Well, I've been doing a lot of planning, a lot of consulting, but mainly a lot of teaching. I've really enjoyed the teaching component of it. For instance, tomorrow I'm going to do a webinar with Don on kind of comparing and contrasting the Trump and the Biden tax plans. So that's kind of the goal there. But it's really, since '94, so whatever that 26 years, I've spent really education-wise. That's really what I've focused on.
Okay. All right. And can you give us a little brief about you're doing a presentation on the Biden and the Trump tax plan, because it hit the Wall Street Journal that tech faces higher tax rate hit with the Biden plan. So what's going on with our friend Mr. Biden?
Well, yeah, looking at it, I mean, it's I don't think it's just the tech industry. I think you're going to see every industry have higher taxes, however you want to look at it. The corporate rate is going to go from 21 to 28%. They're going to eliminate the qualified business income on flow-through entities if you make more than 400K. And so there seems to be a whole lot of restrictions or eliminations on different deductions and what have you for businesses. And so I saw some of the initial reports were that we were going to see about a 1.5% decline in gross national product there, or GDP or whatever, on that as a result of this. So I think you're going to see with the taxes certainly more revenue raised, but then the question is, what are they going to do with the revenue? Is it going to just go back out the door? A lot of it, actually, of about half of the amount of money that the Biden tax proposal will raise, it's a little bit over $200 billion in 21. About half of that will go back out in the form of an earned income credit. And so you're seeing expansions of certain credits, and I think you're kind of seeing a distribution of wealth in a certain way that is being done through the tax code. And I don't really see any other way you could, after reviewing all of this, how you could say it was anything else. And of course, everything that, that Biden would be proposing, making a big assumption, right, that he gets elected, and then another big assumption that the House and the Senate would be in the Democratic control. But he's not going to get all of this stuff through. But just seeing the where the focus is going to be in the taxation on certainly the upper 5%, but mainly the upper 1%, that would bear a huge amount of the, I would say, a disproportionate amount of the costs associated with this. So you can see where the shots are being fired, I think.
Scott, I know when Trump came in, he one of the distortions in the code, if you will, incentives that he worked against, curtailed, was the SALT. Which does Biden have any specific deductions that he's targeting, incentive-based deductions that might, as a revenue raiser?
Well, yeah, he's basically going to try to bring back the piece limitation, which basically limited the itemized deductions for higher income people. He's also proposed to cap the deductions, itemized deductions, at 28%. So presumably anybody in a higher tax bracket, and that would go up to, 39.6, that he would jump the highest bracket to, would see an increase in their taxable income because they would see their itemized deductions being capped in effect. Wow. The interesting thing, though, you did mention the SALT thing, and that was something that I was for sure. I thought for sure I was going to see that in the Democratic proposal, because the SALT limitation, for those who don't know what it is, it's state and local income taxes, is capped at 10 grand. And it really hits people in the high state income tax states, California, Illinois, New York, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought for sure that the Democratic proposal was going to be either to eliminate that 10,000 cap or increase it. But I didn't see either one of those in the Biden proposal that I was looking at this morning again.
Yeah, that would seem like that would be back his biggest constituencies, right? I mean,
yeah,
the big step. Huh.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at all of those states that have the high taxes, and they're pretty much all states that you would think Biden is going to win, right? I mean,
Right.
as far as the electoral college.
And are in line with his philosophies, especially on taxes.
Yeah, I would think so. And again, I think this is all sort of a work in progress. And I think it's going to keep evolving. A lot of this is going to depend on the COVID issues and the next stimulus, if there is one, because his tax plan is certainly proposing one. And by doing that, you're going to be keeping the even though you may be increasing the revenues by these tax increases, you're also going to have a situation where you could be allocating a lot of that out, and another $100 million of $1,200 stimulus checks, or whatever they decide to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk.
It depends on who has control of the Senate.
That's right. Now,
that's key.
How is the US going to deal with I think it's 70 trillion. The former comptroller said to us last week or week before that there's almost 70 trillion unfunded liabilities. How is the US ever going to get out from under this burden, this debt burden?
Well, I think it depends on. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
No, go ahead, Doctor.
No. I was simply going to say that just as a point of clarification for Shakeel, I'm not quite sure which unfunded liabilities you're talking about. If you're talking about Social Security, that's certainly one thing. There's certainly other unfunded liabilities over the Benefit Guarantee Corporation, which we had touched upon earlier when we were talking about the underfunded pensions from private companies. So I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
I was referring to unfunded like pensions and unfunded Social Security benefits and those sorts of promises that have been made previously. The former comptroller had said, I forget his name, Nick. He said that the US has got something like 70 trillion in unfunded obligations.
That's probably David Walker.
Walker, yeah.
That
are going to need to be paid. These liabilities are going to start needing to be paid at some point because people are going to start getting older and are going to need to have those promises kept.
It's a problem.
Social Security is. Go ahead, Kimberly.
No, it's just a little problem, right? And it's good to have problems, right? These challenges are definitely what we need to do is.
We've already figured out the solution. We print money. We've already got that down. So.
Yeah, well, what I learned is somebody one time taught me if you don't have money in the bank, don't write that check, right? That's not good. I learned that very young. That the money just doesn't evolve. We have to put something against it. And the problem is we keep printing something. We're sending out trillions of dollars for stimulus. It's not stimulating because there's no accountability of where it's going. It stopped. Where is it? It went somewhere. It ran up. It didn't even trickle up. It didn't trickle down. But somewhere that stimulus check should have kept our economy going. And we're trying to print another one. And by the way, my idea. If you go out and vote, you get a stimulus check. That's what they should be doing to stimulate people to get out and vote. We should be paying them a stimulus check when they do that. But.
Yeah, Blake, you were saying something. Yeah, Blake.
I was going to say, where do we send the checks to the dead people that are voting?
That's just in Illinois.
So Bill, my solution for Social Security for the last 10 years has been let people opt out, and I don't want the real low income people opting out because they need that Social Security check. But if you're let's say somebody that can sign off that they have a net worth of $500,000, maybe it's $1 million, that they can opt out, and what they would do in exchange for that, they would get a rollover into an IRA account of and actually better a Roth IRA, but of the net present value of their projected benefits, and then you would lop off a fair amount of the liability, but I wouldn't have to pay in any more into the FICA system, and I think there would be millions of people that would opt out. But again, you would have to put a limit on it because otherwise you'd have people making $20,000 a year try and opt out, and then we're going to be paying for the retirement.
Right.
The other thing that needs to be done is adjusting the retirement age. That should have been done decades ago. It was
completely agree.
It was never designed. The program was never intended to be a retirement that you're going to draw on from 20, 30, 40 years. So
right, actually,
the assumptions just don't work with that.
Right. Actually, it was designed so that when people, if you reach 60, most people died had an average lifespan of 55. So setting it at 60 and 65, most people were never going to see it. So you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I think when Social Security was started, the average life expectancy for a male was like 48 years old. You know? Yeah. And now it's there's more than if you a couple. This is even several years ago. A couple hitting retirement age, there was a more than 50% chance that one of them would live into their 90s.
So, John, what would you propose the age be before they can withdraw Social Security?
I think it should be up to at least 70. Now, you know, they've made some adjustments. Like for me, I don't get full benefits until age 70. But we need to be adjusting that. I think, you know, even some moderate changes make significant changes in the actuarial assumptions.
Yeah, I actually remember that in the Secure Act, they did move up normal retirement age for distribution purposes for RMD is now age 72. Right. So, I mean, but the problem is that, and they have cost of living adjustments on almost everything in the Internal Revenue Code, but they have no age adjustments in the Internal Revenue Code or in Social Security, which creates a problem. What we're seeing right now is potential huge amounts of unfunded liabilities. And and one of the ways to solve it, I know it's a hard way to solve it, is to start bringing up the normal retirement age from 66, 67, and start moving it up to age 72, because unfortunately people are living a lot longer, minus COVID, which if there's any benefit of COVID, it got rid of 200,000 people approximately that would have been receiving Social Security. Not all of them, but a good portion of them.
Those adjustments should have been started 30 or 40 years ago.
They should have been started 30 or 40 years ago. Right.
Allows a young person today to think that they might actually have enough assets and income in retirement that they could retire at 65 if they wanted to.
Yeah, but remember, Social Security was, but Shakeel, Social Security is always a safety net and not a retirement plan. So moving it up to age 72 would actually, in some sense, make sense, because then you get rid of these potential unfunded liabilities, and also you solve the problem that people are frankly living longer. That our life expectancy keeps going up, and we're not funding for it. And remember, Social Security was never actuarially sound when it was developed to be funded to begin with. It was always a pay-as-you-go system.
It's a Ponzi scheme, Nick. I mean, why don't you?
Yeah, right. But it was a poorly designed Ponzi scheme. My grandmother, who was she inherited money from my grandfather, who founded Bank One, who's now called J.P. Morgan Chase, collected Social Security. I'm going, why is this rich lady who was a millionaire back when millionaires were big receiving Social Security she didn't need, and she never funded into? It was the way the system was designed a long time ago by your friend Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Bill. Okay, so my people, my wealthy, antecedents, started receiving money from the government they never worked for, never deserved, never paid into, that I get to inherit with no estate taxes if you do estate planning properly. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, of course. There's nothing wrong with being a trust fund baby. Sorry, guys.
There's nothing wrong with it. There really isn't.
Yeah.
I think that if
the University of Miami paid all tuition paid for, no such thing as student loan.
I think if you're smart enough to know these tax laws, and that's what IBM TV is all about. We've got some really great financial literacy shows starting. Nick's mission has really grown. Where we started out with a Money Masters TV show to inspire people to get out there and get a little more financially fit. We now have actual programs in place that are showing you how to become financially fit, how to think about and plan ahead. And, I got to wonder, if we start getting people out of that poverty state and into sustainability, how is that going to change our economics? How is that going to change the whole platform that we live on when we start closing that gap, right? But we've not really lowered, but let's close the gap this way, okay? We're not going to lower the rich people, right? We're just going to raise the poverty and kind of close that gap, get them to sustainability. That's going to build our economic system, and the only way to do that is financial literacy.
And the two people, there are two people here that, Kim, that are doing a great job, is Don Pendleton and Scott Estel. For anybody who has a chance to go, who listens to IBM TV, go to their programs. I've been to their programs. They do a great job in terms, it's almost like a 3-day crash course on financial planning at Asset Foundation. I don't know what they're doing because they had all the live presentations. I don't know what they do after COVID-19, but they put on a great course, which I think everybody should take at the Asset Foundation to give you a foundation on what you should be doing on your basic financial planning. And of course, now we have Financial Friday with Mark and Frederick, who are doing also a great job. But but the thing is, it's not taught in schools. I mean,
can
that's
we bring this talk to IBM TV that he's talking about? That's tomorrow night at 6:30 Mountain Time. This sounds really good to look at the two proposals, which I don't think people really had a chance to really crunch down on the two proposals that are being put on the table. I also want to thank John. He has truly been a good educator for me. John Powers is giving me a crunch course and on tax laws, and I've learned so much. You know, at one point in time, I thought I knew a lot about taxes, but they change so much every year. It's good to have a good CPA who understands everything and stays on top of it. So I want to thank John for educating me. Hopefully we can bring this knowledge to IBM TV viewers.
Don, do you have a ad mat or something that we could share your screen with, you or Scott, on the Trump proposal thing that you're doing tomorrow?
I just put it into the chat screen.
I'm going to see if I can get it.
See if we can get that and show people that, because it's something that everybody needs to know about, except people in Australia. Well, our friend in Australia likes to know about what goes on over here. I've yet to find out why. But,
so if they're listening in and not seeing the chat screen, it's protectwealth.com/tax plans. And they can sign up for a free webinar, and Scott is brilliant at this. And so he'll teach. He normally, Scott, how long will you teach? Maybe 45 minutes and then open it up to Q&A, or what's the format?
Yeah, I think that's right. It looks like you got a typo there in the tax plans. You've got 2 P's on that. So that might be why it's not working. But yeah, I haven't done this presentation, before. So I'm guessing about 45 minutes to go over the income, the estate planning, the business stuff, and then open it up to Q&A so that, my goal here is to make sure that people understand that they have options with the tax planning, that it's not set in stone, that you have to do things a certain way. And that I think if we see that, again, we may not know who wins the election this year, but assuming we do, and we see that there's a Democrat in the Senate, House, and the presidency, there's a lot of things we can do in 2020 before any of their tax plans can take effect. And I think that's the key part is, we can be selling assets, we can use gifting, we can look at our estate plan. There's just so many things that I think we want to do that we're going to lose out on if this comes to play where you have the Democratic Party in control of all 3, houses in effect, chambers. And, I think we need to plan for it.
Well, there you have it. You can go join their seminar there on their website. I kind of took it to their homepage because I was having problems getting to the link. But you go to the homepage and you can register. But I think this is good, healthy information to learn about what's really going on, because I think that's the biggest problem is if you don't understand what's going on, how do you know who to vote for? Don't just go voting for somebody because you're a political party. We need to start voting for the people who are bringing the policies in place that we need, because we need policies to protect us, not people don't protect us. Okay. Trump's sitting there going, I'm using the benefits. Why are you? Well, why didn't you make the benefits so I can use them? So that's my argument when he was in there at the debate. Hey, you stupid Americans, I'm using them. Well, we can't use them. You can use them. We can't. So that's why I love this conversation today, because we're hashing out that the problem is really our policies. And we need to put the leaders in place that are going to fix these policies. We don't need more taxes. We don't need less taxes. We need policies. I mean, that's my argument.
Just for the viewers, if you have any difficulties getting onto that website directly, just go to breckwealth.com, click on webinars. There's a link there. I just registered while we were talking.
I was going to find out what time is that presentation you're doing tomorrow, Scott?
6:30 Mountain.
Yes,
6:30 Mountain.
Yes.
Okay, that's 8:30 Eastern time.
Correct.
And for our viewers in Malaysia, it's 6:30 in the night, 6:30 p.m. Malaysian time, because the people in Malaysia love IBM TV, so they like to watch our shows. So for the people, prime time in Malaysia, so that's pretty good. And it's interesting to see that internationally, though, Scott, that a lot of people like to know what's going on here in the United States when it comes to tax plan. We do have our resident from Australia, my mate. Shakeel, besides running his multi-billion-dollar fund over in Singapore and Liechtenstein, Shakeel, why are you interested in what goes on in the world's largest economy?
Well, I'm personally interested because obviously I trade the markets, and so I trade the US markets predominantly. But the other reason I'm interested is because complicated taxes is often going to be complicated regulations. The reason I went to Switzerland in the first place was not to get out of paying taxes. It was because I could not do what I was trying to do from Australia, and so I had to leave. And that, I think, is a great shame. There should never be a situation where somebody who's in their late 20s or early 30s has to leave the country they were born in because regulations prevent them from doing what they want to do. And, you know, if I'm prevented from doing it, it means there's lots of other young people that have opportunities taken away from them simply because of overcomplicated regulations and taxes and politics and that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
to America as well.
There you go.
I just
want to share this with people so that they can know what it looks like. Go register. They've got 2 seminars that they're offering. Get yourself educated. Learn and find out how these policies are differ and how they could possibly benefit you. And it might help you vote. It might help you vote smarter. But anyway, we lost Nick. He'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to suggest to our audience is at least this. I think these seminars are really important, and I'll tell you why. It's supposed to be. Biden took a 15-point lead nationally in the polls, and he is currently up by significant digits in the various swing states. So it's looking increasingly, as we get closer, that it will be a Biden win. And right now, people are really beginning to think that the Senate is going to switch hands as well. So for whatever that's worth, 28 days out, it's best that we kind of all get our houses in order and attend a seminar.
Yeah, I mean, learn what could happen. The other thing that's been going on that's been a highlight is the Supreme Court Justice nomination. And to me, I would have thought instead of wasting our time and money and energy on something that we can't afford anyway, it's not necessary. We don't need another person just yet. Why not wait until after the election to allow the presidential party who's going to have to work with this person, engage in hiring the right person that fits everybody's mold, but and so that they can collaborate instead of working apart. Again, this is a lifetime a nomination. This is a job that's like a marriage, till death do you part, as we've read. So, I mean, to me, that's another thing that I think we could have been putting all of our energies into, finding cures for COVID, and figuring out the economic situation, getting people paid, rather than worrying about another Supreme Court justice. And there again, that could be our downfall. We're worried about the wrong things.
Well, can I comment on Kimberly? Kimberly, you made a really good point about taxes. And sometimes, the Trump's proposal at least is perceived that it's only tax benefits for the wealthy. And what we're trying to focus on at Protect Wealth is saying, look, here's some simple strategy. Anybody could have a business. Anybody, you needed the intent to make a profit. Okay, anybody can have a business. And now it opens up a world of opportunities, even for W-2 employees, that you can't get anywhere else. And what we're trying to do is teach simple tax strategies. Scott, every time I listen to him, Scott, I think I've known you for almost 20 years now. Every time I listen to Scott, it's like, oh, I need to do better tax planning. It's taking advantage of the laws that Congress has created, no matter who's in office. And this is a critical election, and we've focused so much on social issues and not on taxes. But regardless of who's in office, I think there's things that you can do to reduce your taxes. And the number one thing is to have a business, because there's so many business deductions you just can't get personally. Scott, any comment on that? You talk about simple things all the time, not just big things that multimillionaires can take advantage of, or real estate investors or stock market investors. There are some simple things that almost anybody can do with the right tax planning.
Well, yeah, I think, when I worked at the IRS, it was interesting because when I first started there, a lot of my cases were $100,000 and less, and by the time I got done, the cases were $100 million type cases, and really the issues didn't really change much. It was just the number of zeros kind of in the equation. And I think, people think, I need to be Warren Buffett, or I need to be running Microsoft or IBM or some big company before I can take advantage of all these tax breaks. And that just simply isn't the case. And so I think when you start looking at the stock market, when you start looking at real estate investments, when you start looking at running a small business, all of these have potential tax breaks. And it's interesting because so many people just assume that, the tax law is this black and white document and I just have to follow it. And it's like, no, actually you don't, like Bill, you were saying before, it looks like 20 some days out that this is all going to go Democratic. Well, let's assume that what you said is true. That means that we do have the month of November and the month of December to get our affairs in order. So we may decide that we want to take more wages so that we don't get hit with extra employment taxes, extra Social Security taxes next year. Or maybe we sell some stocks this year that are winners so we can lock in a capital gains rate of 15% or 20%, let's say, at the higher income, rather than going to Biden's proposal, which would tax all capital gains over $1 million of income at the maximum rate. And that's a huge change when you think about it, where you're going from a 20% tax to a 39% tax, 39.6% tax on long-term assets, plus the Obamacare tax. And so I think there would be a lot of reasons to look at it, let's say in December, and look at your positions and sell basically your entire portfolio, and then turn around and you can rebuy it the next day, assuming we don't have losses where we would get into wash sale issues. And so you have something like that where you want to book the tax gains at 20% rather than potentially at 39%.
Right.
So there's going to be a lot of planning that goes on. A huge amount. If I've got, like, for myself, I have a law practice, I have a seminar company, whatever, that I have flow through entities. I have S corporations. Well, those produce qualified business income that next year, if the Biden proposals go on, I'm going to be capped at $400K of income. So if my income goes over $400K, I don't get any tax deduction. I get none. So this year I might want to accelerate income into 2020, accelerate billings, and maybe let my expenses go to January if I'm in a position where I can do that. So there is a lot of planning I think we can do with businesses here in the United States once we know what sort of, kind of like what Kimberly was saying, once we know what the policies are, what we know what we're up against, then we can start doing something that's effective planning. And now we have something concrete that we can, kind of move on.
Mm-hmm. And it of course makes it, it introduces the level of stability into the market and into the country that makes it less attractive for people internationally. Because, we hear things like, because of Biden's age, he probably won't go for a second term. It'll probably be another Democratic nominee. So it makes it very hard because you don't know, okay, you're going to have another massive change to your tax rules. You kind of have to come up with something and then stick to it.
Well, you
Well,
know, you should have
I
told
think
your friend Ronald Reagan that, because he had tax changes every year. Shakeel, remember, he had ERDA, DEFRA, RIA.
I don't remember because I was too young.
I mean, every year your friend Ronald Reagan was putting a new tax law in effect. So change actually takes place. The problem is then you have to go see the tax advisor to help you out with the taxes, which, hey, there's nothing wrong with it. That's the reason we're here for.
I think this question is for Scott. What is the best IRS case story you have ever had where the IRS was wrong? I guess that's going to be for another day. Maybe, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think IRS war stories might be for another day. There's so many of them, and you know, here's the thing with the IRS is that kind of what Shakeel's just said is that these tax laws keep changing, and the IRS is told to go enforce laws that nobody really understands, and they got to go back in the past because they're auditing 14 or 15 or 18 or some other year when the laws were different than what they are today. So the IRS really has no chance here. And you look at Congress and say, well, all right, in 2020, let's say we do have a Democratic sweep. Well, we have elections coming up in 2 years, so we could have a major tax law change in 2021 that could then be revoked in 2022 or 23. And it's just, and Shakeel, you're right hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, it's like, how do you plan? How does somebody look more than, let's say, 2 years out at this point in dealing with the United States, in dealing with the tax laws and dealing with the regs? And just to get an idea as to what we're up against, I printed out. It's an 11-page synopsis of Joe Biden's income tax plans. It doesn't include his estate plans. It doesn't include anything else except for income tax, and that's an 11-page just synopsis of it. And so the complexity here, if we're going to enact everything here, is like, what are we going to do? You got to now get some tax nerd like myself, right, to read through all of this stuff and to try to figure out, what to do about it. Nick is shaking his head because he knows it's like people like us.
You're a hacker. You're a tax hacker.
I know, but it should be that way.
Hacker. I love it.
And the more assets you have, the more income you have, more
reason why
problems
the everyday person is left behind when it comes to these tax rules, because the everyday person doesn't know where to go to get the right kind of advice, right? And that's why it becomes a problem.
It's a challenge with the laws. I've been audited a few times, and one of my favorite stories, someone else tells it for me because they were sitting in the room with me, but the auditor was coming down on me pretty hard about something. I go, well, I don't think I would have done it if the tax law didn't allow it, right? I did it because I read the law when I wrote this. Can you please check it? And somebody was kicking me under the table. Shut up, Kim. Don't piss him off. And I go, no, please, just go review the laws. I didn't at that time print out the laws with everything I filed. And so he did. He went and looked at it, and he came back. It took him about an hour. I think he did that on purpose to make me sweat. But he came back into the room, and he goes, my God, she was right. It was the law. That the year she filed that. The law had changed since then. So, of course, they didn't, it was, I'm sorry, we'll fix this. And so, but the thing is that most people would have crumbled. Most people would have said, yeah, go ahead. Don't allow me to have it because you're probably right. When the majority of the time, the laws change so much, they can't keep up with it. And this is why I don't like the audit system, because usually you're being audited about something that happened 3 to 5 years ago. Yeah. And the laws have changed. Everything that you're doing today is different. My way of doing an audit would be they come in and go, you know what, we don't think you've been doing things right. We see some things that are red flag. Let's sit down and do your taxes with you this year. Let's do your taxes with you this year. If we feel like you're still not getting it, we'll do it again next year. And we'll just make sure you get back on track. But to go back and tell somebody, oh, they did something wrong with the tax law, so skewed anyway, that's wrong. And then you penalize them with these overly, grossly inflated interest rates. Do you know their interest rate is over 34% right now? 34 freaking percent. I'm blown away. Somebody makes a mistake and you're going to just hit them harder. So, but in one situation I'm dealing with right now, we're literally having to go look back at situations that happened 20 years ago because of an NOL. And the statute of limitations, there are none for NOLs. They can go back and open up everything you did and ask for receipts that occurred 20 years ago. And a lot of people just are not going to have that kind of data, not after 20 years. And a lot of people don't know that an NOL back then could be carried forward for 20 years. So why have all of these weird laws that truly screw people 20 years later? So I think that they need to adjust the audit so that it's not really an audit that goes back. It's an audit where they sit down and they go, you know what, we don't think you were doing this right. Let's move forward and do it that way. I just think that that's a healthier mindset.
Yeah, Scott,
I think the same thing about the laws, like just general laws, because what you see is a lot of federal prosecutors that will, with a really heavy hand, basically extort a plea bargain out of somebody because they're too afraid to challenge it because they might go to jail for 20 years.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they do. They take your house away from you. The minute I've seen people get their houses locked down and everything before an audit is even finished. That's just a strong arming tactic to, get people to crumble when they weren't wrong anyway. I mean, the fact that I wasn't wrong that day was almost hilarious. I mean, and not to say I'm always right. Let's just say I breathed a sigh of relief when he walked into the room. But I asked myself, how many people have they screwed by doing that strong arm tactic? And people are just in fear. And, I learned a long time ago that generally the IRS cannot lock you away as long as you always report your income, right? Just report all of your income and don't report it wrong, right? Be very conscientious about your income. And your deductions are debatable, but
Scott, do you represent clients before the IRS now since you left the Internal Revenue Service?
I don't any longer because I'm semi-retired now. Closer to more on the retired side than on the working side. But I did a whole lot of that. I mean, that was really my bread and butter. And, it's interesting because again, when I went to work for the IRS, I expected that the IRS would know what the tax law was. I mean, that was like an expectation that I had, and I was wrong. So the IRS doesn't have a clue any more than a lot of us do about the law, what the law is. And I've seen this over and over. Actually, one of the last cases I did handle was a taxpayer that did a 1031 like-kind exchange in real estate. And the IRS agent didn't know what that was. And so they gave us a letter basically saying, you owe, and it was $200 and some thousand for 1 year, pay us this amount within 30 days plus penalties and interest, or sue us in tax court, go to tax court. So of course we go to tax court, and the appeals officer I get at the IRS also did not understand a 1031 exchange. And so I pleaded with this guy, please just go do some research. I'll do it for you. Just do something. And he refused. And so it got bounced up to what the IRS calls area counsel, which is what I used to do in Chicago. Well, this was in Denver. And the attorney looked at it and said, I'll call you back tomorrow, and called back tomorrow, basically the next day, and said, you know what? I've got a deal for you here. Your taxpayers are going to owe about $1,300, but you have to sign off saying that you're not going to seek litigation fees. And when I took this case with my clients, I said they were going to owe about $2,500. I guess that was my ballpark. So they owed about half of it, I guess. But the point is that you had an IRS revenue agent, the auditor, and you also had an IRS appeals officer who didn't know the law and weren't willing to learn it. And so if this taxpayer didn't have somebody like myself on their team, they may have just said, look, we can't beat this, or we're going up against the IRS, we're going to lose. But in this case, it's like, no, you have to be able to assert your rights. And I think that kind of goes back to the tax planning here, is that, it's really hard to assert your rights or do tax planning in this situation if you don't know what those are. Or unlike maybe the criminal law or the tax law or whatever, the tax law itself keeps changing. And so we have auditors, to give you an example, like what Kimberly was saying about the net operating losses and whatever, back before, the Trump Tax Act, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and whatever, you could carry those back and you could carry them forward. And that was real easy. Then the Trump tax law changed that and said no more carrybacks. None. You can carry them forward, and then you could only carry them forward to the extent of 80%. So you couldn't even use them unless you're out. And then the CARES Act comes in and says, oh, wait a second, we're going to change that. Now we're going to allow you to not only carry forward at 100%, but you can go back. And so now the people that filed returns with losses in 17 and 18, and perhaps in 19 if they filed them early.
Yeah.
Well, 2017 was a dead year, if you think about it, because in 2017 you said they pretty much told you couldn't do anything with your NOL. 2018 you carry it forward forever, but you can't carry it back, and like you said, you can't use all 100%. And then the CARES Act 2020 says, okay, you could go back and do that all over again. So now you got to hire a CPA to come in and do all of this for you.
Counselor, if your client had to pay the $200,000, could they have just paid it and say, "Hey, there's no financial problems with it, I'll just take care of it"? What would happen if they just paid it?
Nothing. No, I mean, if they just would have paid the $200K, nothing. The IRS would have cashed the check, and everybody would have.
They had plenty of other assets, so that paying the $200 really wouldn't have bothered them financially.
Correct. Oh yeah, yes, you're right about that.
But what an organized crime it is, and they have complete immunity. They have sovereign immunity. In other words, if you start filing lawsuits against them and moving motions against them, they'll come back and motion back. We've got sovereign immunity. I already know this. So then they use that as another bully tactic. And yeah, we can screw around with you all we want, and we can nail you all we want. We know we're wrong, but we're going to use sovereign immunity to get away with it. So I mean,
what you're saying, Kim, and what I'm hearing from you, Scott, is they can be incompetent and it's okay. Would that be right, Scott?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, with the immunity part of it, I mean, they want to make sure that, you know, I mean, everybody wants to sue an IRS agent, right? I mean, that's, you know, you get audited. Of course, you want to sue them. You don't like it. It's a bad use of your time. And even if you come out in a good shape, right? But I mean, you can sue them if they're doing something criminal or if there's some sort of overt discrimination. But then again, you got the burden to prove that. So, you know, in my estimation, and when I worked for them, and certainly the 20 years after that I was doing this, you know, I go along and I try to play the game to what they want to play, knowing what they can and can't do. And I think that's the big thing, is that most people, when they play the game with the IRS, they don't know what the IRS can and can't do. And they're also very uncomfortable calling out the IRS on something like that. And so, you know, if I'm in a situation like that where it's like, okay, wait a second, we're going to stop right now because this is not the way this case is going to go. And I don't think that there's a lot of people, certainly if you're representing yourself, you're not going to be real comfortable doing that or saying that, where I can just stop. You know, it's like, look, my client Don over here, we're not going in this area. You know, we're going to stop talking to you. We want to talk to your manager. We want to get a new agent in. So we have a lot of recourse. There's a taxpayer bill of rights, but you know, again, if you don't know what's in there and you're not willing to use what's in there, we know how the game's going to get won, and it's not us that's going to win.
Yeah, and when your clients get these big tax bills, are there any psychological damage done to these clients as they go through some of these horrendous audits, or they just say, okay?
No, I haven't really. Actually, you know what? I've probably seen a few people that get through an IRS audit and they just don't care. You know, it doesn't impact them in their personal business, any other life, you know, whatever, they're good. But for most people, it really has a negative psychological impact. And I had one where the IRS was harassing, it was a chiropractor, and they harassed this guy for years. And he ended up owing, it was a 7-figure amount, you know, saved a couple mil on it, and no way to pay it. And so we went back in, we redid the audit, we did an offer in compromise, and we got to the point where he was done. And he called me like 6 months later and he said, Scott, you wouldn't believe this, but my business has like gone up like 100%. And I said, yeah, Doc, of course I believe that, because you're not working for the IRS anymore, right? Your head isn't exploding with all this pressure from the government. Now, you don't have that pressure. Now you can go and it's your business and it's your clients, your patients, and you can do that. You can do what you went into business for.
Okay. Yeah. So these are real life people with real life problems getting punished by the IRS counselor. That would be correct. And my friend Bill Trezevant says he should increase the punishment, increase the rates, eliminate the deductions, and destroy these people. Right, Bill? So tell me about your plan to destroy these poor Americans who actually get punished by the IRS. Bill? I'm listening.
Oh, no.
No, remember, these are real people. They aren't increase the rate, lower the deductions,
a big part
destroy everybody. Okay, tell me about the plan.
Nick, I certainly can't account for incompetence at the IRS. And that's always, I guess, the unfortunate portion of doing business. But I certainly feel for that. That's not how the government should operate. But, and I feel for them. But it shouldn't be a reason why we shouldn't press ahead, though, Nick.
I see. So the thing is, all these people getting destroyed by your friends in Washington, D.C., there's no reason to stop that. Just keep pressing ahead, increase the rates, eliminate the deductions, send them into psychological damage that's beyond any possibility, increase the incompetence because there's no accountability, and that's all okay in Washington, D.C. Right?
Okay. I believe, if I might, I believe that my good friend and the gentleman from North Carolina is asking me to cry uncle. And with that kind of description, I hear the conclusion of this, Nick. I do declare that I'm crying uncle. Don, you were going to say some words of wisdom?
Yeah, Don.
I was just going to ask Scott if you can sue the IRS for pain and suffering.
Yeah, you can, but you're not going to get too far.
Has anyone ever won? Has anyone ever won? I'm curious.
There is good news here at IBM TV. Our pain and suffering's about to end because we're at the hour. Okay, and we're about to end the IBM TV. And so with that, we would like to thank our audience, thank our special guests, Scott Estel, who used to be with our friends at the Internal Revenue Service, Don Pendleton from the Asset Foundation, Shakeel Latimer, who is the billionaire manager in Singapore, Liechtenstein, Australia, Kim Calhoun, Vice Chair of the Computer Science Department at North Carolina State University, and my favorite guy, Bill Trezevant of American Politics in Washington, D.C. I certainly do love his show. Even though I give him a rough time, he's got a great show, and he's on every day with what's going on. And, of course, thank our audience for attending Economics Monday.